Hello. Oh, I'm short. Hello. Hello. We're gonna have a very calm Friday. Hello. It's so cute. Oh, thanks. I'm glad you like my new model. This is weird. Voice sounds different. That is because I'm speaking quietly. This is actually a lot closer to how I talk if I'm just like existing as a person than my VTuber voice is. If I'm not teaching, that is. So, like, this is how I talk to Joey at home. Yeah. Forgot about ASMR part. Thought you were sick. No, no, no. I'm I'm not so high quality, but or not high quality, high energy of a person as I make it appear to be when I'm on stream. Voice changes real as a retail employee. Yeah. So we're gonna have a nice, peaceful day. No strange EG persona here. Um, but to get us started, I can take roll. Performance voice on standby, yeah. The other weird thing is that I don't usually have a monitor on while I stream, but I do today because I need to know if the things I'm trying to do for ASMR are audible, because they might not be. And I guess audio check. Do I sound crunchy? I can't tell if it's just me, but we'll see. Oh, like that the hat has ears that look like skis. Oh, thanks. They're meant to be like rabbit. Yeah. Sound okay? Okay. We sure? We sure? We sure? No. Hmm? Nope. Oh, not crunchy. Oh, okay. There we go. I feel like I'm in the office. Should I whisper too? You're welcome to whisper too. Don't worry. There's more pop and crackle to your voice, but that's presumably expectable. Yeah, that might be. Because, like, if I bump anything, you can hear it. And I think that's just ambient sound my microphone picks up. But here, I can. Give me one sec. Wait, so you can hear this. I was having trouble earlier. Let's let's find out. Yeah, tappa tappa, that's linoleum. Dee, 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 dee. Let me try just one thing. I'm gonna mute because the clicks are really loud. Okay, is this. Oh, so this cuts me out a lot worse, unfortunately. Hmm. Darn it, I might have to talk just a little louder. This seems like it's gonna cut me out a lot more, though. Less poppy, but less consistent. Very quiet and in my right ear. Uh-oh. Sorry, I'm only in one of your ears. Oh, you're right. Hang on, if I go like this, is this? This seems a little better. Oh, there we go. Not as poppy, but definitely way more in one ear. Real quiet. Still mostly right ear. Why is that? Is it less right ear now? My audio is telling me that it shouldn't be. It looks even. Oh. I guess for trying something new, it's bound for things to sound a little weird. I'll have this ironed out another time. Is it like super distracting? I feel like we'll be jump scared. Jubby's a pretty good jump scare. Hopefully we don't encounter that. So here, I'm gonna turn the monitor off because it's actually making me crazy. A little distracting, not so quiet anymore. Okay. Is anyone other than Amber having the ears not balanced? I gotta check. Good vibe for me. Nice quiet rainy day outside. It's yeah, more or less similar here. I gotta start turn the monitor off. I like can't talk to. Hang on. Shouldn't be muted. Hello? Little dizzy, why is it switching ears? That shouldn't happen. Maybe where your microphone is relative to you. I mean, my microphone is more or less right in front of me. Sound went off? Oh boy. Oh no. Of course. Gotta have our classic EG scuff. I did a bunch of recording tests before I went live just to see if I could, like, narrow down what's going on, and it sounded okay in my recording, but I do realize I can't hear. I don't have directional audio in my head. I have hearing loss, so I have no idea. Back, yes. Is it more equal now? The microphone is directly in front of me, and my audio bars, if I showed you them, they're like exactly even, so it shouldn't be much more in one ear than the other. But if it is, then I actually have no idea. More equal, also getting louder by a good bit. Oh, okay, hang on. Come down like this a little bit. There we go, okay. That should be dialed in. Slightly louder voice is better, just on my phone, about to run away. Uh-oh. Okay, so here. That might be where it is, maybe? The sound is betraying me. But here, let me take roll, and then we'll go into the zone and make sure things are dialed in a little better. So let's take roll. Who's here? Sounds good now? Okay. Hopefully we're okay now. So who's here? Oh wait, I'm not gonna be able to tell. Everybody's fishing. Decent might be in subjective territory. That's fine. This is my first try at ASMR, so we're not gonna worry about it too much. We'll deal with that later. So who's here? Let's do a roll. Rusty Robot Factory, Cotton Candy Floss, A Life to Thrive, uh, Bib, Bibbing, Babinka Bear. Oh, there we go. Nyla's Best Friend, Salma, Campbell Gore, Viraku, Sushi Pago, Amber, Lamia Arcane, Shizuki Hana, fish, 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 fish. Here, fishy, 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 fishy. Lots of fish. Hodgepodge. Salmentary, thank you for following. In Scuff We Love, yeah. Welcome back. You've been a hot minute since I've been here. Well, we're happy to have you back. YouTube fellas, let's see who's here too. We have Soul Kingdom Creator, Game Loser, Baroque, Moss Cake, Callie, Whispering Quietly, I'm here. Hi Coffee Cake, hello. Why are you all rotating fish crackers right now? Hi Bugs, Gaming for Veritanao, hello. Alright, so let me show you what I prepared for you here. Oh, I have to relocate the lurk bait. I didn't put it in the right place. Why am I in the center? Oh, wrong corner. Nice try, AG. That's okay. We'll try again. Let me relocate lurk bait. It's too in the wrong place. There we go. Now it's in the right place. Yay! A lot of shrooms? Yeah, oh wait, so it keeps doing this. It keeps reversing my camera. Hang on. Whoop. There we go. Now we're upside right and forward. Gray lino spotted? Ha ha ha, gotcha there. It's not gray lino. This is easy carve. So, relief printmaking. I don't know how many of you are maybe familiar with relief printmaking or printmaking in general, but printmaking is generally a medium where you are using some sort of matrix, which by matrix we mean like a substrate of some sort, in this case linoleum, to reproduce an image many times. Usually, historically, this was used for, spreading information to many people. It was good for books because then you no longer have to have monks sitting in monasteries just transcribing the Bible or whatever you may have it over and over and over and over again in handwriting. So with the invention of printmaking and the adoption of it, we got to move away from having to do everything manually to being able to create almost exact replicas of artwork and of text in a fantastically like reproducible way. So, it's using their teacher voice mode? No, this is not my teacher voice. Newsprinting? Yeah, it was used for newsprints. They'd use a letterpress. So, historically, relief printmaking is one of the oldest printmaking techniques also, because it was used as far back as the ancient Egyptians, I believe we record, and I think ancient Chinese as well, for printing on fabric specifically. Was it the first instance of mass production? Perhaps, yes. The technique was used very famously by Japanese artists using the technique called mokohanga, which is a slightly different form of printmaking than what I'll be showing you today as far as relief goes. But mokohanga back then we would consider them beautiful pieces of art and works that are just so fantastic. We want to frame them and keep them forever. But back then, the inherent worth of something that was a reproduction wasn't always seen. So you'd have these beautiful Japanese relief prints that are mokuhanga prints printed on rice paper and then rice pasted up on walls as advertisements, and they would get destroyed. But nowadays we're like we cling to any little bits of those we can find because they're so beautiful. They put so much effort into them. But a lot of the effort is cut back of, if I had to draw that advertisement, 400 times and distribute it throughout the entire city I'm trying to advertise in, that would take me so long. And you'll see it is going to take a hot second just to carve something. We're going to make something small just to start with. It's going to take me a hot second to do it, but to do this and then to print from it would be so much faster than trying to do anything manually. So just here so we can have a little sampling of supplies for it, I have a couple different substrates to show you as examples. So this is a little piece of Easy Carve. This is a material that is like kind of rubbery. This is a very modern printmaking material. It's what I'm using just because it's easy and quick to carve, hence the name Easy Carve. So it just makes it simpler for me. You don't need much pressure. So for those of you who are worried about trying to do an art form and worried about like wrist injuries or things like that, this is probably a very good option. It's very, very easy to carve, hence its name. Then to take a step up from that, we have linoleum. You may be familiar with linoleum as the material that is used on your floors as tiles. So linoleum is a step up in difficulty of carving. It's a little coarser usually, ever so slightly, than the Easy Carve is. Whoops, I've moved it too far. It's a little easier to carve than wood, because that's the traditional substrate, is wood. Linoleum is a very nice in-between. You can get really high level of detail on it and just make beautiful prints. It is not the most durable material on planet Earth, unfortunately. Neither is the Easy Carve. With being easier to carve means they don't have as much durability. You can see this is just a substrate on a like sort of woven mesh backing to give it some strength. And then finally, you can carve onto wood. Now, I don't have just like a piece of wood sitting here. I have something that's already carved. So this is a block that this is not even carved by hand, essentially. This is carved by a laser cutter. This was for a project I made a long time ago, but you can carve wood also, and wood is much harder to carve. Wood takes a lot more effort, and the harder your wood, the more effort it takes, but the more control you have over it, and the finer and smaller details you can get out of it. And also usually the longer the substrate will last. But so this is wood. You can carve wood with a laser cutter or laser engraver, which is crazy. It feels like blasphemy to me, but I worked in digital fabrication, so this was like a test I made at one point for a student that they let me keep. And I gotta love it. This is a mushroom spore print that was turned into a print. I thought that was so clever. So I get to hang on to it. It's mine. Don't sniff my carving wood. It's not gonna smell very good. What type of wood is this? This is poplar. See, this is one of those funny overlaps where the two kinds of people who can identify what kind of wood something is by looking at it are printmakers and just woodworkers. But the printmakers, oh boy, they can tell. I can tell a maple from a pine, from a poplar, from just about anything, if given the opportunity. Really pretty. They did a good job designing this one. I don't have any of my own personal relief work I can show you, unfortunately, because it's all got my name somewhere, either in it or on it, or a reverse image search finds you all of my details. But I also have one kind of like unusual little printmaking device here that is for relief printing. I don't have any type that would be set in order to print text, but what I do have is this funny thing. And what this looks like, if you're not familiar, this is a piece of metal, this piece of copper, that is attached to a wooden blocking that is type height. Type height is a very specific height that is used for printing text. And what this is this is actually intaglio, technically, where they have used a chemical, an acid, probably ferric chloride, to etch this dark area in where you see dark in here is actually depth. That's not, it's very shallow depth, but that's not like something that's like drawn on the surface. That is depth in this block. And therefore, when you are printing using a printing press, you can just put a very thin, super thin layer of ink over the top of this, and then you can contact print off of it without those little tiny recessed areas printing. So you can get a really, really super high quality, high detail image like this. And this was a very common way of printing something that could have been in like a newspaper or in a book or a decal of some sort. Yeah. Print block I've seen, many of those, my grandparents used to be antique dealers. Yeah. These ones you can find all the time. Text is a little harder to find, but if you can find a font somewhere, that's the kind of thing where like you kind of snatch that up because they're not so easy to find nowadays, unfortunately. And they're very nice. If you tap it, just make a ting sound. I'm curious. Here, I can. Not really. Maybe you can hear that. I don't know if the new limiting settings might have removed that, but could you hear me tapping it? No, it won't make a metallic sound because it won't resonate. If I tap, I have something else that will make that noise though. I have here also, because I was just going to explain the difference. This is a piece of copper that is coated in asphaltum that would be used for intaglio, which is another printmaking technique, where you scratch into the surface in order to make a print, and this, because there's no backing on it, it's just copper, will make that sound. Wait, no, that's the snow effect? Oh yeah, that's the snow effect. I mean, it does have little chunks missing in the coating on it because this is old. I think I coated this like 5 years ago. But the idea would be that with this, you would scratch off any of this dark coating. Let me do it where you can see maybe. And then you can use an acid to eat away at the metal underneath and leave a little bit of depth. And then to print intaglio, we force the ink down into that little pit to print it. Yeah. It's not one of those black sheets that you scratch off and there's a rainbow underneath it. Sadly, no. That would be kind of cool, but no. And you can tell I don't do much intaglio because this block is like, or not block, this plate, actually this plate is like 5 years old. Now that I think about it. But yeah, he's pretty old. So I don't do a ton of that. So here. What I do have prepared for us today, we're going to do a little mini project just so that we can see if we can get something done in all of its entirety. So what I have is my logo. Because what I would like to do is once I receive finally some of the merch stuff I ordered that I'll be distributing, I would like to be able to put a little stamp of my little EG logo on the boxes when I send them out, or the little packets. I feel like that'd be a nice little touch. So I'm going to carve this onto here, and I will show you how to do so. And I also will say, as we're doing this, I was talking about different materials you can carve into. This can very easily and kind of funnily be replaced with a pink eraser. You know the one? The pink rubber eraser, the one that we know, we love, erases all of our mistakes. That material is super, super similar to this easy carve material. So if you wanted to make prints yourself, you can do it with that. So we have this, and then when we get to carving, I'll be showing you some of my carving tools I have. This will probably make a nice metal noise if I like. Not really. It's not that loud. But these are my little tiny carving tools. So I have the tiniest V-gouge in the world. Big, oh, only big because I'm holding it close to it. This is still pretty small. Pink erasers are good for making stampers too. Yeah. Yes, this is small. It's just because we're really zoomed in and I keep holding my hands up high. Yeah. You do whittling then? You could. That's technically, I think, the original purpose of these tools. I have flex cut gouges is what these are. And I believe these are intended for wood carving and whittling, but they're a really great and kind of affordable, high quality tool for printmaking also. Yeah. Oh, started screen printing this semester? Autopodge, I'm so excited for you. Screen printing is like my primary, this was my secondary printmaking technique. I hope it's fun. I hope you have fun with it. I love it. I want more people to like it and enjoy it. Small V gouge, small fingies. Yeah, so for comparison, like this is a tiny baby gouge, and then I have like replaceable tips for it that get up to being like this size. So you can carve different sizes of things. So let's walk us through the process here. Let me remove, I got a really big piece of easy carve here too. So I can show you that it's floppy. Oh, I gotta scroll back. People are asking me questions. That thing is huge. You're allowed to say that. What type of material are you gonna be carving today? And money-wise, what's the best, cheapest material to start back up with? If you want to make bigger designs. It's grade school since I did this in the 90s. So I'm carving into easy carve today just because it's simpler to. It doesn't take as much effort. It's kind of quicker, so it makes for a better stream. If I was carving with wood, you'd be hearing it, and I don't think it'd be pleasant. But something like this, of this size, was about 50 cents, which isn't too much. For bigger pieces like this piece I have here is like, I think this is 7 by 10 that I'm holding. This 7 by 10 piece was $8. And most of the stuff that I buy, if you're in the United States, the best retailer usually for printmaking supplies is called Dick Blick. You're hearing EG say a word they don't usually say. Don't take that out of context. But this store, it's called Dick Blick. And they sell the easy carve, they sell the linoleum, and it's not too expensive. But theoretically, if you want to do printmaking, I mean, if you want to do it large scale, you do need potentially, like, it will scale in price with it. And the cheapest thing used to be buying wood. If you were to buy pine wood, that would be the cheapest thing for printmaking with. But the price of wood has gone up so much that it's really comparable to print also. Well, community's back. One of the mods, could you perhaps pin a message to remind people not to spam the fish button? We're at up over, we're over 200 already. Like, give it like a minute or so. Thank you, Amber. I appreciate it. Have you heard of scratch carving? Basically, get a sturdy needle and begin scratching the material. I have. There's a very similar technique, which is wood engraving for printing, where, you know, if we're carving into a piece of wood, there's long grain, which is that the wood, you know, is growing in this direction. But then there's end grain, which is this top edge. If I like focus my camera here. You want to focus? No, it doesn't. But this is end grain here. And to do wood engraving, you carve into the end grain because it's much stronger. It's a lot harder to do, but you can get some really, really crazy detailed prints out of it. But yeah, the cheapest thing if you want to start and try it is dollar store pink eraser pack. EG, was it someone's birthday the other day? I don't know. My birthday is next week. My birthday is Wednesday. So unsure. Might have been. If it is, we can wish him a happy birthday. Can etch in plexiglass too, similar to copper plate. Yeah, that is the cheap way of doing intaglio also. So, to get us started here for today, we have my little doodle of my logo, which I'm going to tell you a hack right now. If you don't have a printer, my students would do this a lot. If you don't have access to a printer, you can just, if you're doing something small, place your paper over your phone and turn your brightness all the way up and trace through it like it's a light table. That's what I did for this. You'll notice this is more or less the shape of my phone screen. Clever, thank you. So that is a good hack. And then similarly, if you're doing something bigger, you can use a monitor to do it, which does work quite well. Yeah, gotta work with what you have. But if you have access to a printer, that's usually a little bit easier. If you can print it out. And then my second hack for you is that we do have to get this onto there. Oh wait, I've made a cardinal error already. I forgot to do something very important. This will be interesting. My logo is gonna go backwards. Whoops. So, important relief printmaking thing. Oh, I'm gonna be like a novice now. That's like the number one thing is that you're, whatever you do like this, imagine, we're gonna go like this, and we're gonna print it onto an object. You go, well, so this is actually backwards right now. So what I may have to do is actually do this in reverse. I may have to very quickly. Wait, let's see. Wait, I might actually be able to contact this off onto it. What I was going to show you is that if you don't have graphite paper or tracing paper, you can just scribble on the back of your paper and then use a pencil to draw over it to get the image from here onto your block. But we might just end up doing the opposite here. I might end up just tracing it through here and seeing if I can get what I drew onto the other side. Quick, mirror the camera for the shoemates notice. No! Yeah, a little bit of a novice moment here for me maybe, but that's okay. Done it before. Yeah, it kind of sucks. Usually it doesn't matter, but for something like this where it technically is text, I know my name goes both ways. It might not work. Oh, wait, but that's working. Okay, so it is contacting off. So theoretically, we're okay. Let's see, how'd that work? There we go. So it did contact off. It's just really light. So here, okay, I can go over it now and darken it in. Wow, so that did work. That actually wasn't too bad. Reminds me of putting a tattoo stencil on someone. Oh, yeah, because your tattoo stencil has to be reversed too, I'd imagine. So here's our area. Oh, this substrate doesn't make a lot of noise when I draw on it. The linoleum you can hear and is really crunchy when I draw. But this is really soft, so we can't really hear it. Actually, I don't know why I'm doing this with pencil. So usually step 1 is get your image onto your block. Step 2 is, for me at least, I like to trace it over in a Sharpie. So that way I can see really clearly the line between what is something that I have drawn and what is something that is carved out. Because a lot of these substrates are the same color all the way through. Yeah. So I will trace it over with like a bright colored Sharpie. And usually, if you're just starting out with printmaking, especially with relief, a good rule of thumb is that if you can trace a line with a thick Sharpie like this, you'll be able to carve it without having too much trouble, thankfully. So that's my kind of hack for you if you're just starting out. And that's the other reason I'm working at this scale, is so that my logo can be nice and big for ease of carving. And then for carving things that are like fully cut out like this, where it's an image that we're intending to have be dark on a light background, it is going to be a lot more work because we are removing all of that material. And it is a little bit harder. So if you're trying to carve something where you want white lines and you're printing something that is abundantly going to be dark, that's less work to carve, thankfully, which is kind of nice. So here, let me lock in for a second. I don't think there's any sound coming from my Sharpie, unfortunately. Which also, from my own ears, I can't hear it. Your hair toggle redeems are still not working? No. I couldn't figure out why they don't work on this model because everything is named the same. So I'm not sure why it wasn't. Reverse 2025? What? Faint, but I can see it. Yeah, it's less faint in real life. I can see it a little more clearly than it seems like you guys might be able to. Not by a ton, but by a little bit. And I did also steal a lot of your redeems today, because I wanted to keep the vibe from being too chaotic, but I left a couple of them still. You'll have them back Monday, don't worry. Oh, I was going to discount some of them. I did forget to do that. Jellyfish? Not quite. It's gonna be it's my logo. We just can't see it all the way yet. Let me rotate it a little bit. Seems like it's in focus pretty good. Yeah, I suppose a clown honk might not suit such a chill stream. No. Not really. So, but that's okay. We can have our clown and our chaos back on Monday. Today you have a very rare EG permutation, which is the very, very calm EG mutation. I feel like usually I'm super, super high energy when I'm on stream. And for as much as, I enjoy being that way, that's not really how I am as a person. All the time. Temptation to use loud redeems, but I shall refrain. You theoretically shouldn't have any audio from redeems right now. The only audio source that's on is my voice. So they shouldn't do anything. But did you hear the other ones? Were the other ones audible? They shouldn't have been. I did turn them off. In the mixer, at least. Let's see, so I think, yeah, this is, there we go, that edge. Ooh. And Cinda's doing a test. Did you hear that? Did you hear it do the glitch noises? Want me to test it? There you go. Classic opening small was silent. Ah, there you go. Nope, no sound? Okay, good. Yay! Scuff partially defeated. I didn't realize that some of this part would be so quiet, though. Ooh, I'm really taking that right to the edge, huh? There we go. Taking some of my lines in just a little bit. I feel like they're not that thin on my drawing of my logo. There we go. And then I gotta get my all-important little drippies in here. And I have 3 of them. Yep, there we go. Yay! Will you link the VOD and the materials because I'm not finding on the Blix site? I can. I will say that on Blix website, they actually have the tab for printmaking hidden, which does break my entire heart. One of the reasons I'm so gung-ho about printmaking and about being like, you want to learn printmaking, Shrewmates, I see into your minds, you want to learn printmaking so bad, trust me, is because printmaking is kind of a dying medium, unfortunately, in a lot of ways. It's definitely not as popular as it used to be. Whoa! Hi! Oh my gosh. I hope we didn't get startled by that noise. Hi, Mari Raid! Hello! Welcome in! Shrewmates, you know the deal. Rotate at them. Welcome in. Here, I can go. Whoop, can I be big? No. Oh, am I short? What has happened? Maybe I am short, but hi, I'm E.G. I'm a freelance artist fungi. I'm also an art educator, and I sound a little unusual today, and that's because I am making a valiant attempt at ASMR, but I'm not sure it's working. Turns out printmaking might actually be quieter than what my mic is capable of. But I'm teaching a little bit of relief printmaking. We're going to carve a linoleum block here. Or not linoleum, this is easy carve. But we're just hanging out kind of quietly, maybe a good co-working type thing. But how was your stream? What were you guys up to? Thank you for rotating, Shrewmates. Would you ever do printmaking or Linocut commissions? Oh man, maybe? I don't know. I had considered at one point doing screen printed merch for VTubers, but I don't have a good studio set up for screen printing right now. I feel like the Linocut or Relief Cut merch for VTubers might be kind of interesting, but like I don't really need to add another new kind of commission to the kinds of things I do already. I already don't have very much time, unfortunately. Stream was silly and short. I was playing a game called Kukiyomi Consider It, which is about reading the room. Oh, is that game that's like it's almost like it's about like politeness culture? Is that the right one? I feel like I've heard that one before. Or heard of it. I've seen it. I hope you had fun with it though. Are the stream lagging or is that your model thing? Oh, there was a redeem on that's called Glitchy that makes the model and the whole stream glitch out a little bit. But my camera does this evil thing where you can see there's one here, there's one right there. There's 2 little lines that only appear when I'm streaming. It's very odd. But it's very unserious. Yeah, I think I've seen some playthroughs of it before. I think I've seen some people play it where they'll either be like super courteous and do their best, or like on purpose they'll just be like a menace essentially. It seems kind of fun. I, you know, I am not always maybe the best at reading the room, so maybe I can learn something from that. But if it's not super serious, that sounds like it might be kind of fun and enjoyable. Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's all good. Don't worry, don't worry. um, but yeah. And also, if people who have heard my voice before, it's because of the ASMR stream that I'm not being super loud. I'm trying to keep it calm, if at all possible. um, what route do you think most Shrewmates will take? What, about whether to be polite or not? I think you guys are a little bit chaotic. I think you guys would go for the wild end of it. Um, oh, But Mari, if you and your fellas need to do anything like eating or drinking or snorkeling, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, I appreciate it. I'm looking at you right in the eyes. You want to learn printmaking. You want to learn printmaking so bad. You want to learn it so bad. Please, please learn printmaking. But if you have things to do to take care of yourselves, please prioritize doing so. Please. But if you want to hang out, I do appreciate that too. I saw a question too. Do you have any advice for getting in commissions nowadays? I'm setting stuff up and, well, I'm setting stuff up and to get back into it soon, but I haven't done many since 2019 and I'm not sure if the meta changed. Calling it a meta is so funny to me. Honestly, I actually have a video script that I'm almost done with on that topic because for me, I think there is kind of a recipe to doing commission work that is not really talked about a ton, which is that you kind of have to establish yourself before you start opening up for commissions. Like, you have to exist on the internet a little bit and show off what skills you have first in order to garner an interest in your work in the first place. And then, sort of secondarily, I would say that you have to be able to offer something that is unique, that isn't something that's already offered. So for me, that was voxel models. There's, to my understanding, not anyone else who offers 3D voxel models. So that was kind of my foot in the door for commissions. And because I had that one service that people were interested in, they were then interested in looking into what else I might have, right? So that at least helps in one way. But a lot of the time with commission work, at least getting into it, you do have to just get yourself out there and establish yourself first. You have to post work that is interesting and unique somewhere in order to get eyes on your stuff first. And I hate to say it, but the best way of getting eyes on your stuff a lot of the time is fan art. And then also thinking about what kinds of people you want commissioning you. So if you want VTubers commissioning you, you may want to make fan art of VTubers who are maybe popular ones. That increases the odds of people getting eyes on your work and then potentially maybe also being interested in your work for themselves. Yeah. Yeah. Also, thank you for sticking around, Mari. Enjoy your lake. I keep tangenting. So I do have to pause so we can explain the next thing we're doing. I just realized this might be hard for me to look up and do at the same time. My model's gonna be like this the whole stream because I have to look at my object. But the next step we're going to do, once we have our image transferred to our block and outlined in a clear way that we can see it, so we'll know the difference once we're carving, is that we're going to do what's called release cutting. And what we're going to do in this process is we're going to cut along the edges. We're not going to cut big swaths and big giant areas out. What we're going to do is we're going to release the edge of the image because that allows us to end up with a cleaner carving and it makes us much less likely to have a whoopsie moment because here's the thing, as is with painting and many other mediums, once you've carved the block out in that place, it's gone. Which for me, printmaking is actually kind of nice in that sense. I'm a bit of a perfectionist. I am too perfectionistic. Therefore, with printmaking, especially relief, you just have to let it be whatever it is. And if you goof up, you just have to figure out how to adapt to it. So it's very nice if you're trying to loosen up in your life. So, if you are doing this and you want to do it the DIY way, these flex cut things that I have, they're $40. They're not that bad, but $40 is a lot for me at least. I only have them because this is my profession for all intents and purposes. This is what I have a master's degree in. You can use an X-Acto knife or a razor to do this, where you cut around the edges. And the reason we're using a gouge is because, let me see, I don't know if I'll be able to get this to focus on it. See, if I go like this, maybe it will. Give me a focal depth that's like up here, maybe? No? Okay, that's fine. We're using a little tiny gouge that's shaped like a V. It goes like this. We're doing a little demonstration. Usually I'd be drawing on the chalkboard while I teach, but we're using a little gouge that's shaped like this to do our release cut. Because what we want is, if we're imagining this is the surface of our block that we're carving into, we want to create these nice strong mountains that remain. That way, when we apply downward force onto it, we're not going to have something where it's like, hang on, like this, where by putting that downward force onto it, do you see how you've got this little lip? It's going to crush that little point down. So that's the other reason why we're doing the release cutting. Yeah, it's like a little triangle almost. It's just a little V. But the point of it is so that we are making sure that we're going to have a nice, strong matrix. And this is our matrix. Matrix is your material you're carving. So if you're doing it with something like an X-Acto knife or a razor, you just want to make sure you have your hand angled so that you're angled away from whatever your line is. So you do technically have to carve twice. The benefit of a gouge is that this is like 2 X-Acto knives, essentially, at the same time. Handy? Yeah! So here, let me move this out of the way so that it's not obstructing. And now, let's see. I was doing tests earlier, and you could hear me carving, but let's see if it actually works. I had to change something since I did that test, so I'm not sure if it's going to cooperate. Yeah, no overhangs, no collapses. We're going to think of this like skiing. Look, it's me, I'm Squiiji. We're going to think of this like skiing. Like a little nozzle. Yeah. Also, I don't know if I have enough light in here for what I'm doing. But the next cardinal rule of printmaking is as you're carving, you're going to, hold your gouge in a comfortable manner. And you are never going to, A, carve like this, especially. We don't want to nail ourselves in the stomach. And I'm not going to go like this and hold it and go, whee! This is a blade. This is a blade. We don't want this in your hand. So you'll notice I'll rotate my block so that I can keep my hand out of harm's way. And it also doesn't take a ton of pressure to do what I'm doing. I might actually carve this a lot faster than I was thinking I would. Can you hear the sound it's making? I don't know if you can. Ouch. Yeah, no ouchies. Anna Moon Bunny, thank you for following. I see rotate the surface, not the tool. Kind of a combination. Depends on how big it is. Something this small and with how many objects I have near myself. Whoop! Failure. That was really shallow, so that won't be a problem. You kind of do both. So like I am rotating my arm a little bit, but I will switch and then rotate my substrate also. So this is what I was talking about. Do you see how I nicked it? I only scratched the ink off the surface. That's not actually, there's no depth in that, so it won't print. But that's what I mean. If something like that happens in printmaking, you just kind of gotta live with it and say, that's okay. It's something that is handmade and very clearly so. And also, it is best to not use a ton of pressure when you're doing this. If you press too hard, you're more likely to slip. Is it being close to the edge going to be a problem? It might just make it a little harder for me to carve it, but I'm not too worried about it. I've carved things that go off the edge before. And I'm just gonna keep taking little chunks out. I'm glad that I didn't pick something super complicated to do here. Happy little accident, like Bob Ross would say. Yeah, I am hopefully planning at some point. I want to do a landscape paint along, because that's something I did when I taught digital painting, was that I would teach them how to paint, like we'd pick a landscape out as a class, and then I would teach them how to paint it in like a Bob Ross manner. So that's something that I would like to do at some point if I can. Basic rules of handling, yes. Handle all tools safely. There we go. The fun part comes in once I get to just start hacking extra material out. And then the other important thing to note when you're carving a relief block of some sort is that you don't actually have to carve very deep when you're close to raised detail. If we're thinking about the physics of a piece of paper or ink being suspended across a surface, the only place you need a ton of depth to prevent the paper or the ink from your brayer making contact with the removed areas is in big open areas where something could dip down into it. So I'm carving quite shallow around the edges here. And then when I get into start chunking a whole bunch of this center region out, that is when I will carve much deeper, which is why this block has enough depth that I could carve theoretically a third of the way through it without losing any trouble. Are you gonna have a shroom afro alongside it? So I have been working on trying to get a shroom kind of like poof hair in so that I could have it for my uh clown redeem. And I did consider recoloring what I currently have of that brown for doing that stream. I feel like that's almost like a somewhat overdone thing, but I feel like it'd still be fun because it's flexible. It could bend down and transfer. I see. Yeah, the paper could bend down in here. So like, I've carved out enough of this now that I could, for this inside area, come in and clean it up. So what I have here is I actually have a second flex cut. I think I actually have 3 handles. I have another flex cut, and they come with these replaceable like gouge points for them. So this is one of my favorites. This is a deep U gouge, and I can take it and shove it in here. Let's see if it'll make the noise. Sometimes it makes a really satisfying noise. Nope, it's not. Oh, come on, make your fun noise. Oh, it didn't. Darn it. That's easy. Hmm? Oh, it is a classic. But here's my fun gouge. So this is like if you have a bunch of the like tips for it, I have like 100 of them. You can just slide them into these handles, which is why they're more affordable. So this guy, actually, that might not even be the guy I want for this. I might want my little U gouge. Here's my baby U gouge. Say hi. Do we need to spin this idea more for EG to accept it? Maybe. Let's see. Usually, if I pull these out, they make a good noise, but they're not. It might be because it's cold. There we go. I don't know if that was audible. It made a nice popping noise. If your character was in a fighting style game, what movesets would you want out of your variety of skills and mods? Oh boy. We've kind of talked about that before. I might want to be something that is related to like the gloop or the ink maybe. Yeah, gloop it up. But at the same time, I have pretty extensive martial arts background. I have a black belt Northern Chillin Kung Fu. So I feel like I could use that as a fighting style also. But I'm not sure. EG could be a rush or puppeteer character. I don't know what those are. I don't know if I know enough about fighting game like tropes for characters to explain that very clearly. Throw hands and legs. Could do that also. So we have met the virtual gouge, and now we've met the YouTube gouge. What YouTube gouge? What do you mean? Also, I should say, as I'm doing this, do you see how I'm still following more or less the shape of my cuts? If I am working parallel to lines, oh, I should make sure I'm not doing it behind me. If I am following the direction of my cuts, the previous ones, that makes me far, far, far less likely to accidentally carve into the areas that need to stay. I could see you being an ink bender or something like that. Whoa, I could be. I guess bending ink would be kind of similar to bending water, maybe. I know a little bit of Tai Chi, which is the martial art of water bending. So maybe that would help, but my martial arts background is Northern Shell and Kung Fu, so I'm a little more of a firebender somehow. Skill gauge will have shroommates rotate at them as the ultimate. That sounds right. Oh, my V gouge, the VTuber gouge. Is that what you guys meant? I could see that. I want to see that animated. There's a lot of options we could have for things for a fighting game. I wonder what kind of fighting game I could fit in with anyway. I feel like I'm too short. I love your desk mat, by the way. Thank you. It's not even a desk mat. This is my printmaking apron, which I didn't explain. I got this. I went to a mushroom festival back in October, and I bought this there. It's really nice. But I thought it would be a good little backdrop for us. So it kind of matches with the colors of things I'm working on. And I love mushrooms. Skullgirls, we're imagining something like Skullgirls. I could see that. Me. Let's see. This actually might be enough. I might be able to be good to switch to a bigger gouge now for that area. I just wanted to release it a little more. Of course, EG went to a mushroom festival. Yeah, it was back in October. I went like right after I made my first move. It was so cool. But honestly, I was kind of disappointed. There was only one or two people that was selling mushroom art. That wasn't uh like Alibaba reselling. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? Like not kind of like adjacent to drop shipping, unfortunately. There was a lot of stuff where I was like, I can tell by looking at this that this wasn't made by like the craftsman. This was made like it's an object that already existed that they just put a mushroom logo on very quickly. So it was a little sad in that way, but I did get some cool stuff there at least. And I had some very good mushroom soup. And I did get, he sits right here. I have my little crochet man, Captain Gerald Glooper. He's a little crocheted mushroom. And I did meet the person who crocheted him at least. And they were very nice. It's really sad. It was. I was actually considering trying to apply to be an artist there next year. But I don't know if I'll have enough work that could be ready for something like that. Um, like I feel like that might be a nice opportunity, and I really like mushrooms. But then at the same time, I think it is probably the only mushroom festival that happens in the United States. Uh, so I need to make sure that people don't find me there. T. Quilarius, thank you for following. If I goofed up your name, I'm a teacher. That is my teacher debuff. You are welcome to correct me and let me know how to say it. There we go. No ASMR carving noises, I don't think. I don't think they're coming through, so I can give you my silly. Just a little shroom. Yeah. Just don't tell if you're hosting a stand. I won't, but I feel like, well, I mean, I guess it depends. I feel like my art style might be mm, clear enough that people might be able to identify me. But then again, at the same time, I haven't really shown you guys what a lot of my like fine art portfolio looks like. Oh boy. So this is a really dull gouge. Let's see if this one's better. There we go. And you'll notice I'm being lazy. I didn't even put the handle on it. I'm just using it as a gouge because I just need to level out some of the texture inside here. There we go. This is actually going pretty quickly. I didn't know you speak whale. Yeah, little known thing. All of us, like ancient species, like mushrooms and stuff, we all can speak a little bit of each other's languages. After being around the planet for so long, we do learn things. Have you seen Avatar: The Last Airbender? I have. I have seen it. I've also told a very interesting story about the live action that I wonder if people remember. I've told it a couple times. um, but if you're so dead on about firebending, since they actually based on Northern Chillin movements, oh yeah, yeah, that's why I feel strongly about that. Is that Avatar: The Last Airbender was actually the reason why I took Northern Chillin Kung Fu in the first place. My parents told me, Iji, you're very short, and you're very shy and quiet. We're afraid you're going to get taken advantage of. We're afraid people are going to try and, like, injure you or be rude or any of those things. So we'd like you to be able to take care of yourself. And I was like, I don't want to do that. I was like, that sounds awful. I actually want nothing to do with that. No, thank you, fungi fam. I'm good. And they said, no, really, you do have to. So I did end up taking it, and they did at least let me choose, and I chose Northern Shaolin because you'd be surprised, they don't really offer Hungar or like Bagua exclusively in the United States very much. They're not especially popular, and they're things that are often taught at kung fu schools. So I ended up taking Northern Shaolin Kung Fu, and when I was, I think I was a middle schooler, some people came to our school while I was in class, and Fungi Father was there with me. He would watch when I'd take my lessons sometimes. Like, he'd go grocery shopping, he'd drop me off, grocery shop across the street, and then come back. And while he was sitting there waiting, some people came in and were asking the parents questions, and we're like, hey, we're filming a movie that involves uh, this martial art. Do you think your daughter would be interested in appearing in it? And, well, I guess, yeah, it was daughter at that point in time. EG is not a girl. But back then, yeah. Um, and my fungi father was like, yeah, that sounds cool. What is the movie? And they told him, and he was like, yo, that's awesome. Fungi Father had also been a fan of Avatar The Last Airbender and thought that was super exciting. So he talked with the guy for a while. Um, and the guy also talked to other parents and people in the class. Um, they talked for a while. My dad was like, yeah, they would probably love it. We can see if we can work it in. That's the reason, that shows the reason why they, took Kung Fu in the first place. And then, and then, towards the end of the conversation, the person who I guess we can call them like a recruiter almost, was like, "Hey, just to like make sure, are you okay with your kids' makeup being done so that they fit in with the film?" And my father was like, "What do you mean by that? What what do you mean by that? Having their makeup done?" Uh, and they were like, "Well, it's all the characters are supposed to be. I think that I would have been playing somebody who is Chinese?" Question mark. And they were like, "Are you okay with us doing your makeup to look like that?" And Fungi Father said, "Absolutely not. Not under any circumstances, no." Oh God, yeah, no. No, 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 no. Fungi Father was like, "Absolutely not." I don't know, we probably know this thing about me. I'm white. That's horrible. Um, and they got kind of reamed out there. Yeah, Avatar the Last Race Bender. Terrible. Awful. Bad. Um, and honestly, I for many reasons that was the right decision, but that movie was bad also. I was a little bit sad about it as a kid because I didn't really fully understand. Like, to some degree, I was like, oh, they're just doing my makeup. I didn't really understand that they meant that they would be making me pretend, like, they were gonna have me wear, like, a dark colored wig and stuff. I really didn't understand what that meant. The way Fungi Father definitely understood it. Um, and I was kind of sad about it, but when I saw the movie, I was like, that's not good. It was not good. Yeah, it was for the bad movie. So I was not in it. But they did offer it, I believe. One of my friends that I went to the school with is Cantonese. And after they had asked that question, because they were talking to a couple parents. After the recruiter asked that question, I believe my friend's mom was there, and she was like, we're not gonna be in that either." We're actually gonna back out of that one. No thanks, we're good. And I don't think a single person from my school ended up being a part of it. Because I think like my school was overwhelmingly mostly, yeah, no, I was one of I think two people who were white who went there. It was mostly like black and Hispanic people who went to that school. And rudely enough, none of them were even asked either. So like we were all kind of like, that's rude. Um, because like, come on, if you're gonna ask me of all people, you could have asked literally anyone else to be a part of it too. I guess if you're trying to scout people who know Northern Shaolin Kung Fu and are children in the United States, it's not that easy. But come on, we can be morally upstanding individuals about it at least. Come on. Um, and I think that after that fiasco, I mean, we wouldn't know watching the movie, but I think that most of the people who were in it, hopefully, were not having their makeup done. Glad your dad asked. He didn't even ask. They just like brought it up, but I am so glad he said no. Fungi Father isn't right about everything. He does not always fall on the right side of history with his beliefs. I've told you, we're from Appalachia. There is an inherent mm, unsavoriness that comes with that sometimes. Um, but when it comes to like push comes to shove, stuff like that, Fungi Father is always on the right side of it. he knows when something's strange or fishy. Yeah. Um, oh, fair and official. Thank you for following. Wanted to thank you for getting me started as a PNG tuber. Your videos got me started and I debuted yesterday. Oh, congrats! I hope your debut went well. Did you find me through my video on all the PNG tuber pie cruise mayhaps? But I'm glad you enjoyed it. I'm happy I could help too. W for Fungi Father. Yeah, Fungi Father gets some wins. For sure. Ooh, I'm surprised I'm managing to multitask as well while doing this as I am. Hi, I just came from Mario Raiders. Well, welcome. It did go well, and yes, I did. Yay, I'm glad. I'm excited for you. I'm always so proud. Like, I know a couple of like my mods and some other community members have like debuted and are VTubers, and I'm so proud of them. It's like I have this like weird sense of pride where I'm like, oh, the Shrewmates, they're doing cool things. I love to see it. And know that none of you are safe. I've talked about this before. Oh, hey, Dungeon Slime, thank you. I appreciate all the gifted subs. Can we rotate for, Dungeon Slime? If you got sniped by Dungeon Slime, also say thank you, please. What is a golden kappa train? I don't know what that means. But thank you, Dungeon Slime. What does a golden kappa train do? I've never seen that one before. What was I saying? You are the VTuber parent? A little bit. OMG, did you get one? I think so. It says Golden Kappa Train started in your channel. It's a hype train that's very rare. It's special. Oh? What do we do about this, Shrewmates? What do we do about rare special hype train thing? Whoever joins gets a golden kappa. Oh, emote but in yellow. Oh, Shrewmates, do you guys want a funny golden kappa? Do you want an exclusive emote, it seems like? Payday gift day to the most creative community about. Thank you! I appreciate it, Dungeon Slime. Happy payday also. Everyone who participates in it gets it for 24 hours. Oh, thank you. Oh, Mari, thank you for subscribing with Prime. I appreciate it. I'm always, oh, there it is. It was a little late. I always appreciate when people use their Prime subscriptions for me. You only get one of those a month. It means a lot to me when people use it. Got a schmorp? Yay! Yeah! Thank you. Well, I guess, Shrewmates, if you guys want a little bit of golden kappas, you are welcome to participate in that. I wish I could give you like a golden Shrewmate to go along with it. But that's funny. I'd never seen that before. I've never actually seen that happen on a stream before either. That's pretty cool. How do you participate? I think actually, I don't know. I think gifted subs contribute. Mari having Prime subscribed seems like it contributes. I would guess that it's just like a regular hype train, where if you donate like bits or something, I'd imagine that probably also does something. I don't quite know. For the fact that I've been streaming for 7 months, I really haven't gotten too far into the inner workings of Twitch or any of those things. Oh, gift subs or bits. Ah, I see. Thank you, Mari. I'm glad we have expert Mari here to let us know what's going on. Do not have demands, but I send mental support. I appreciate it. Don't worry. I am definitely somebody who, to me, people being here is just as like kind and helpful and supportive as like any amount of financial support and other things. Like, I know we all got a lot going on in our lives and times are tough. We are approaching tax season. But I do appreciate it when people do contribute also. It is very kind. It's never lost on me, the kindness of people sending me, you know, a little support from their hard-earned money and all that. Plus, y'all being here provides money via ads. I mean, that's also true. Gamey for Veritanal, thank you for 100 bits. 100, thank you for this lesson today, Mushroom God. You're so welcome. This is your course fee for learning printmaking. Wordy, thank you for 200 bits too. Yeah, jokingly, this is our course fee. Oh, Anna Moon Bunny, thank you for subscribing also. I appreciate it. I'm beating you guys to the redeem showing up because it tells me faster, but thank you. Can we rotate for Anna Moon also? We got level 2. We got level 2. Okay, good work. Can call me Very. Okay, noted. Got you. I'll try my best to remember. Power of Yap is aiding you, EG, flows through you like energy. I am full of energy. Oh, there we go. Now it finally shows up. Now I can see the golden kappa train thing on my stream. It wasn't showing up. Live timed exclusive. Yeah, there it is. Oh, Selma! Thank you for gifting a sub to Wordy also. That was very kind of you. Can we rotate for Selma too? Yay! Level 3. Jokingly, this is your course fee for learning printmaking. I say as if I wasn't going to teach you printmaking for free. I just want people to do printmaking. Dead Carl, thank you for following also. We're feeding the fish some golden kappas. I always thought kappa was related to, aren't kappas like a mythological creature? Whenever I hear the word, that is my, initial thought as to what it is. I forget that it's also, I guess, an emotion, an expression. I don't quite fully understand what it is or means either. Yes. Yeah, that's what I thought. Is it named after that? Like, what is the history of the Kappa emote? Oh, that's unrelated. Okay, I see. Turtle looking guys? Yeah, I think of this being like Koopas almost, if that makes sense. Oh, could swear I was following here too, I was watching on YouTube. It's all good. I appreciate it. The frog sumo fans that have water from home and head dish. Oh, interesting. Huh. Twitch's kappa just means not. Oh, okay. So you guys can use it to bully me. This game is so cool, kappa. Oh, you're saying you don't mean it. So it's almost, I was gonna say it's almost like a tone indicator for the fact that you're being sarcastic. That's kind of funny. I didn't know that. Learning more about internet lingo. I think I've claimed before that I am, we talk many times nowadays in vtubing or just at large about streaming, about being chronically online. I am chronically offline. If it were not for the valiant efforts of my partner, I would have no idea what goes on in any amount of like pop culture phrases, all the silly new slang, all those things. I would have no clue. Jubby works diligently. That sounds lovely, AG. It's lovely. I just end up being very innocent about things sometimes, much to my own detriment. Like we've talked about it, via living in Appalachia, there is a lot of words that are used around here. None of like the big bad ones, none of the really big bad ones, but a lot of phrases get used in a way that's fully disconnected from their meaning. So I have no clue that they mean something that might be unpleasant sometimes. Or, like what happened with my outfit here, I very proudly pronounced what it was called to many people, and no one said anything about it until I told Joby and my partner Joby, and Joby said, snow plus bunny. No, that means something else. Don't call yourself that. So being chronically offline is good. I touch a lot of grass, but at the same time, I might get myself into saying a sentence like that, which I know not the meaning of. To be fair, they might not have known either. Didn't know till you mentioned. That's fair. It means something bad. Oh no. I don't know if it's inherently bad. Joby didn't inherently tell me what it meant either. But Joby said, hey, Iji, you don't want to call yourself that. That's not a thing you probably want to call yourself. That might have a connotation. Don't worry about it. I'm not gonna worry about it. I have no idea about a lot of English first language stuff either. I mean, I am English first language and I still don't know it. I also have the, perhaps as we would call it, neurodivergent debuff, which is that a lot of things go over my head as a result of that also. Um, I tend to take things very at face value, which is why something like snow plus bunny means nothing strange to me because it's snow, it's a rabbit. Like there couldn't be possibly anything more to it than that. Oh, little do I know. There's usually something. Um, yeah, it's not a bad thing per se, but as a certain not too wholesome meaning. Oh, okay, okay. That's fair. I just wasn't familiar with it, and I was like, probably shouldn't say phrases that I know not what mean. Because I've done that in other places. Think of a snowman but rabbit. Yeah, I thought that's what you call oh my gosh. What is the snow yukine? The little rabbit that goes with Miku? What is his name? He's got another part to his name, but yukine. Is it Usagi? Yukine? One of them, but like I think of him as being what that is. Yeah, we don't know what we don't know. For sure. The word cap has existed before TikTok. That's true. And I not to be confused, I don't mean like AAVE when I say I don't know slang. I have for the most part lived near a city for a good while now, so I know what a lot of that is. And I do get a little bit of like a moment hearing people will be like, this Gen Z talk. And I'm like, it's not Gen Z talk. That is AAVE. The Gen Zers have just, in many ways, taken it for themselves in some ways, and made their own intriguing permutations of it a lot of the time. Oh, we got our hype chest. Enjoy your little golden kappas, fellas, if you got them. Does that mean, do I get one when the thing occurs? Oh, I do. Look at that. Exclusive club of Dungeon Slime, Selma, Mari, and I who got them. Yay! Look at that. We can go brag on the internet and other places that we have a fun little golden emote. Yeah, gaming got one too. Who else got one? And a moon bunny. That's fun. That's sick, right? See, y'all could have had it. We'll remember this next time. We look awesome? Not. I know. I feel like it being golden is like a thing where it's like we've like almost polished a turd or something. Don't usually care about emotes like that, but it does feel nice. Yeah, right. It does feel a little bit nice. The word cap has existed before TikTok. That's also true. Not Kappa-like. Not joking. Oh boy. We're getting confusing now. Understand. It's interesting how regional AAVE becomes more widely popular through TikTok. It definitely does. I live on the East Coast and like, I used to live in the main line. And a lot of the phrases I used to hear when I would teach, because I taught a very mixed group of students, I would hear, and then like a year or so later, I would hear it on TikTok with like other people using them. And it was very intriguing to me because they had like lost a lot of what their initial meanings were, unfortunately. Where like there's a specific nuance to a lot of phrases, or like the use of, I forget what the tense is called, but the way the word be is used. I'd hear it being used in my classrooms, which was fine, but then I'd hear it being used on TikTok, and I'd find that it doesn't follow the same grammar rules as it would when my students were using it. Where there was a very like discernible grammar use case to the way be was being used in my classroom, whereas on TikTok people just use it as like a verb in a strange way. I don't know. It was interesting though. Urban Dictionary is a helpful term. Yeah, I was checking. B, no, not BEE, B. So like people would say, when we say I would be like, that is one of the usages of it that I think is very common in popular speech. Yeah, like this be X. E.g. be making, no, that's not the right way of using it. I actually don't have, let me see if I can figure out how to use it properly. Be rocking like this. Yeah, appropriation potentially, yeah. Thanks, Amber. Yeah, there you go. I don't quite know if I know how to use it properly, so I will abstain from using it. But it is kind of like the example that Amber gave it. I'm a bee by the Black Eyed Peas. I don't know if that is even a correct usage of it. It might be though. I learned in the year of our Lord 2024 that Fergie is a white woman. Also, that was strange to find out. I just assumed that she wasn't because of the way that she was styled in the early 2000s. My girl had like uh my girl had braids in her hair. She had cornrows. And I think I just assumed as a kid because no one said anything about it that she was not a white woman, maybe, but no, she is. What do you mean? No, 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 no. If you look back in time, look at like Fergie in like 2003, spray tan plus dreads. Or not dreads, cornrows. As a kid, I was just like, oh, she must be hanging out with Will I Am. Like, I think the rest of her band is black too. So I was like, oh, she probably must be, right? No, no, no. Who? You don't know who Fergie is? Oh. Oh. I guess Fergie's not very culturally relevant these days anymore, unfortunately. um, as somebody who is ESL, uh, differentiating slang from AAVE is tough. That's definitely fair, and I feel like it's gotten harder because context used to be helpful in discerning something like that, but it no longer really is because it's adopted by so many people now, where like call it appropriation, or sometimes it is just ignorance, unfortunately, or people just not knowing innocence to it. But it's definitely hard to isolate because there's not really context to it anymore. Previously, I could think of, in my classes, it was only specific students who would use certain phrases. So I would say, oh, okay, it's probably not slang, it's probably AAVE. But now they all kind of use it. So it is definitely harder to differentiate. And yeah, it is mostly ignorance. It's hard to avoid. And you want to be in with all the trends. You want to say the funny words that your friends are saying. For lack of a better explanation. There we go. Kids these days, I'm not that old. Neither am I. I'm not that old. Grew up on her, millennials. I see, we've talked about this before. I am somewhere. I don't know. Depends on who you ask whether or not I qualify as a millennial. I'm like right on that cutoff. But I think the fact that I know who Fergie is does position me more into one of those camps than the other. Perhaps. I'm almost done release cutting this. I don't think you can hear any of my carving noises, which is actually heartbreaking because that was the whole point of this. But I guess we just get calm stream. Might need a different mic for something like that. Oh, my height's back. Millennials are all in their 30s now, I think. Either 30s or like upper 20s. Yeah. Yeah, zillennial. I am a zillennial for sure. Generational purgatory, yeah. If you had older family members who were like cousins, you would often know a lot about or have a lot of the same media influences and stuff like that as millennials would, despite not being one yourself too. So that's probably where my experiences come from to some degree. But I am one of the oldest in my family. Uh Xenia millennial, first of them, people in their 20s are more than 10 years younger than me. Oh. Ah. Did you listen to Destiny's Child as a kid? Oh, you better bet I listened to Destiny's Child as a kid. What do you mean? Destiny's Child was good. Beyonce is still very good, but like there's a certain like part of her sound that I miss from when she was in the group though. You know what I mean? Whoops, I've just gone in with the big one. That's not what I wanted to use. Where's my little chisel? Oh, I took it out. I thought kids like Minecraft. No, it's Skibidi Toilet now. Oh my gosh, Joby got interviewed at school, my partner, by a student. And the student, because Joby's a teacher, the student said, hey, teacher, how was your summer? Was it Skibidi or was it Ohio? And Joby said, Skibidi, as in the toilet. And that is now like a soundbite at their school. Like that is like a local meme at their school. This happened a couple weeks ago. and that is all they hear about in class. Their students, Jubby will just be talking, and then Jubby will just hear an audio clip of themselves saying, "Skibbity," as in the toilet. They don't really know how to feel about it. They're like, it's cool on one hand because the kids think I'm funny, but then at the same time, it's like Jubby's like, I know what that means. I know what the sentence is. I was just being goofy. I don't want this to be my legacy. I don't know. Local school memes are the best. Yeah. They play a game called Make It a Meme, which I would love to play with you guys at some point. I feel like it'd be funny. But when they play the game, a bunch of like the answers for it are just that. Just things teasing Jubby. Unfortunately for them. Ooh, there we go. Oh man, yeah, I feel out of touch. I'm out of touch. I'm out of touch. Just a bit out of touch. So here we go. I'm actually, believe it or not, as you look at this, in the final stretch of carving this. This has been the single most productive EG stream I think we've ever had. This is like the most I think I've accomplished in a stream to this point, which is so funny. I don't know why I'm better at multitasking this, but maybe it's because it's very mindless. It's just kind of following outlines. But it was crazy for me to just realize it wasn't from so long ago. Out of touch, a classic. Shame it isn't Thursday. I know, it's Friday though. We're getting ready to enjoy our weekend. Ooh. There we go. And once I get to the really big sections, I might actually just cut the block also, so I have more space. Tell my family I love them, the brain rot got me. Oh no. It's alright, Cable Gore, don't worry. Where's my little one? Use my tiny little U-gouge to come in here. Being lazy and not putting it on the whatchamacallit, the handle. Friday was our brain rot. Friday is our, I guess, our brain rot day of the week. You guys get one free pass for brain rot today. Did I actually scuff something? Oh, I took a little bit off the corner. Yeah, the Easy Carve, I got it to make, it was making noise that I could hear on the microphone before. But it seems like that might not be the case now. I might have to dial things in later. But at least we have a calm working stream. Which maybe this is a vibe that I could carry into future co-working type streams. It's kind of nice, kind of relaxing, and my voice isn't getting worn out, which is also nice. My voice is a little more gravelier too when I talk like this, so I hope that's not off-putting. I have work tomorrow, so I'm passing on the brain rot. Oh no! I'm sorry you work tomorrow. Rough working on the weekends. I'm not sure what my weekend plans are. I think Jubby is actually going away over the weekend, but I'm not quite sure. I don't know what I'm doing, so I'll probably end up relaxing. Yesterday, after I finished my stream, I immediately, pretty much, I ate dinner and I went to bed. I have been working like overtime trying to get my ski outfit stuff done, and I was like, I need a little snark me. I was so sleepy. At an unusual turn of events, usually Jubby goes to bed at like 10 or 11. I'm usually up till like 1 or something. It was like 10:30 and I was like, I'm out. And Jubby was wide awake. It was strange. We were both very out of character. Let's see. I'm not sure I carved this close enough. There we go. A little bit of extra space around the edge here. Oh, don't carve towards your hand. Oh no, that's not extra space. That should be fine. A mimir. Yeah, just a little EG smirk me. And then we were assaulted with Friday by Black Rebecca. Or Rebecca Black. Why did I read that reversed? It's Friday. Gotta get down on Friday. Started asking kids who said Gen Alpha slang if they knew what the words they were saying meant. So far, I've learned that they use words that understanding anything. I would say that's a common experience, unfortunately. I think a lot of people use words and language that they don't know what means. There's a lot of words that I see used on like Twitter and other places where I'm like, I might want to take that word and put it up on a shelf. I might want to ban everyone from using that one going forward because none of you know what that word means a lot of the time. I can't think of one off the top of my head, but there were a lot of them for a while where somebody would say something or accuse someone of something and be like, "My guy, I don't know if you know what that means actually. I don't know what you're if you know what you're implying by saying that." There we go, carve that out of there. Absolutely, Loopsy's a great username. It absolutely is. It is such a fun username. I have you have like some reward, I think. Yeah, you're VIP. When I was putting it in for VIP after you won little raffle thingy, I was like, this is great. This is fantastic. Alpha kids love the absurdity of it, but don't care otherwise. They enjoy the reaction it provokes. Ah, I see. Currently carving a classic straight smoking pipe prop and loving the calm vibe here. I'm glad. Also, Kenny, you're doing whittling. That is interesting. I have never gotten to try very much like of that kind of like woodworking. That is interesting. So are you using gouges or like a knife type situation for that? I'm intrigued. We're doing original of the song, Your Sounded Better. Thank you. I appreciate it. Honestly, Rebecca Black is kind of fantastic these days. One of my friends actually met her, which is crazy. She's really short. Um, I can only say that because I'm also really short. Um, one of these days, I will have a song, some way, somehow. I actually started recording it. Isn't that crazy? You guys are doing so many cool things, just playing HSR, so I'll get enough jades to get Big Herda. Hey, I mean, if HSR is something that you care about and enjoy, there's no problem with spending your time doing that. I mean, I will always push for the fact that a creative pursuit is a good hobby to have. But like there's no harm in doing things that bring you joy, like playing games and stuff. I still think that's a valid use of time. Well, Kenny redacted a message. Time to twirl. I won't do my full impression of her. She's very not ASMR like. Oh, look at this. Look at this nice big satisfying chunk I get to just rip right off the edge. I mean, I did draw today. Yay! That's something to be celebrated. Taking a little time to draw every day is good. Many words we use without knowing dictionary definition, mostly because we learn by their usage. I hope for a day when people seek the definitions of words, so we can all be more sophisticated when we need to be. Yeah, maybe. I agree with that. There's also a lot of words that end up being like almost left over, I would say, where we don't remember what their use case was. So I can tell you a fun one. I can tell you that there's a number of them that actually come from printmaking. I can put us back on like topic here almost. Uh, did you know that uppercase and lowercase, when we talk about letters, is referencing printmaking? Oh, did you know that? And all the terms that we use if you're doing graphic design, like kerning, leading, all of that, also come from printmaking. They're all related to typesetting. So when you're set type for printmaking, if you're setting them for a letterpress, you have two cases. Physical cases that contain all of your little letters. And they're divided into capital letters and lowercase letters. And your capital letters, because they are usually bigger blocks, there's like a whole backstory of this too, they're usually slightly bigger and slightly heavier. So your uppercase is heavier. And if you're thinking about putting an object on a table and it's facing you, if this is my case, here's the uppercase, here's the lowercase. If I bump this box, do I want the pivot point of it to be here, where it's if I bump it, it's gonna go whoop, because that's where the weight is? Or do I want the pivot point to appear, where it's gonna get bumped and stay on the table? So that's why it's in the uppercase. So yeah, a little printmaking tidbit of information for you. Isn't that cool? Knew that font is actually typeface, but upper lowercase is new to me. Yeah, there you go. I'm trying to think. There's other ones that come from printmaking too. What were they called before? I don't inherently know. I am not, I actually don't have the answer to that. They probably had another name that fell out of common use, is what I would assume. But I don't have the answer to that. There was definitely a word for them before. It's just those are the words we use now. My two times great gramps was a typesetter for a while. That's cool. Typesetting is definitely a skill set. It is very tedious sometimes, and it is a lot of work. And it takes a lot of practice and energy to get things perfect for it. So it would be cool. Need a demonstration. I'm a visual learner, not a good audio learner. Demonstration of what? The cases? Hmm? Just finished the knife stuff. Now I'm making my starting hole to form the bowl. Oh, so sorry for redacting. You're good. Just about to read it. Had too many spelling errors. Oh no, you're good. Don't worry about it. I just wanted to make sure. Sometimes when it says that, Nightbot has redacted something and doesn't tell me. So I want to make sure you knew that your message wasn't there. It's all good. In my language, they're just called big and small letters. That could be the case. They may just be called big and small letters previous in English. But then they were replaced with cases by result of typesetting. I feel like typesetting could have a certain meditative appeal. Oh, it definitely does. When I was in grad school, I was like, in order to use the presses, we had why can't I think of the name now? We had a proofing press. What is the name of it? Vandercook. We had a Vandercook proofing press, which is a brand that doesn't exist anymore, but they're really nice. Ours was an electric one too, which is really fancy. Um, I was certified to use it and operate it alone because I had experience from undergrad in doing it. And so I ended up being the sort of de facto typesetter for the printmaking department. So we would have visiting artists come in and want to use it, or like the graphic design club would come in and want to use it, or, whoever may else it be. And I would be the one who would get to typeset it. And I say get to. It was something that, for as much as it was very tedious, it could also be, yes, very meditative. So, like, on days when, I'd have like studio hours and, I was kind of frustrated with whatever I was trying to work on, I would end up doing that. I would end up doing the typesetting. Oh, Eli, make sure you're letting other people have a chance to fish between your fishes. Please don't spam fishing. Suddenly remember I got a mint condition. Oh, a mint condition typewriter for €5. Whoa, that is really cool. Dang. This almost feels like a sort of mantra to focus in on and relax to. Well, I'm glad. I'm glad you're enjoying. I'm trying to have a nice calm vibe here today. Usually we're very chaotic, so it's kind of a nice break here. Capital letters, it was a not so popular name for it, but it was the most common, although there was no real official name for it. Oh, okay. I see. I'm trying to think. I used to know a couple other printmaking things that had influenced language, but I can't think of any off the top of my head. That was like the main one. It's all good. Don't worry about it. Just make sure there's space for you. So I will say, we may, unfortunately, here approach a predicament as I'm actually finishing carving this right now. Our predicament is that, for the fact that it's been sitting here hanging out this whole time, I have a tube of ink, as we see here. I also have my tool for hand printing it. It's called a Baron, which is a nice piece of, I believe this is bamboo leaf wrapped over a spiral of braided bamboo in here. But despite having those things, I would love to do a test stamp for you. The thing that I realized, however, is that my brayer is missing. My brayer could not be located. So I have all of the other things I need, but I don't have my brayer. So what I may end up doing, and this is kind of like an unhinged thing to do, is I might take a kitchen sponge and soak it in some ink, because that's a way you can make like a DIY stamp pad, and see if I can use that to test when we get to that step. I still have a little bit more leveling and knocking the layers down to do, but I was so betrayed. I looked for it like 2 days ago and I was like, where's my brayer? If you don't know what a brayer is a cylinder that is attached to like a little handle, and you can roll it across a surface to pick up ink in a really smooth, thin layer. But it's not there. I couldn't find it. Oh no. Used to their channel where lurkers just pop in and spam their 5 fish every hour or so. Just kind of hit my habit. It's okay. Don't worry about it. We're all kind of fishing together right now. So everybody kind of gets some turns in. Don't worry about it. I guess there's definitely different ways of doing things in different places. Hinges are for doors. Let's get weird. What? What are you talking about? EG has scuff once more. This isn't even like a scuff thing. I'm afraid that my tools got lost when I moved. Or that somehow it got left when I moved also. Habits are like that, trying to keep the queue shorter. Yeah, that's okay. Don't worry. There we go. So unfortunately, I may have to run and do something very silly in DIY really quick, but you can watch me do it. And I will valiantly say that all is intended. I'm trying to teach you DIY printmaking. So if you don't have access to a brayer and professional printmaking ink and all that, there's still ways you can make prints. Quality will be a little different, but we'll see. So here, I need to make all this not stand up as much so that ink doesn't catch on it. But honestly, I may just reach for my box cutter. Hang on, give me 1 second. Do you have to use ink or can you use stuff like acrylics? So the problem with acrylics is that they're too thin, actually. You need something very thick in order to print with. You want something that has the consistency almost close to like peanut butter, I would say, for relief printing. And acrylic would be too thin, usually. If you thicken it up, it can kind of work. Oil paint, maybe. It's not optimal. Relief ink is sort of like the optimal consistency and dries really evenly. So that's why it exists separately from those things. But alternatively, like stamp ink pads can also work. It's more so just about trying to make sure that you get a very consistent thin layer of something. So maybe like those full-bodied acrylics or oil paint, maybe. The other thing I would caution you about with using paint on something like this is that if you let it dry, like, do you see how I have these little like narrow areas that have been cut out between different areas? If I was using acrylic, it would sink down into those areas and perhaps dry in there, thus filling it back in. So that wouldn't be very good. Oil-based paint might be a little better because you can clean it off without it getting stuck in there so bad. But it's not super optimal. You want something that's water-based, where you can be cleaned up with just water. There's a couple of ink brands that are like that. There's Graphic Chemical, which is what this is shellac-based, which is strange. This contains bugs. There are bugs in our tube here, which is very strange. What does this sound like? Nothing. Acrylic might be fun to peel off. You know, it could be. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't really experimented with it because it's not optimal. Yeah, bugs. This contains shellac. It's a shellac base. And shellac is made from ground up beetle shells. It's not a vegan product, unfortunately. It's a little concerning. I guess that was a not normal sentence to say. I'm sorry I showed you a tube of bugs. Beetles, I'm safe. Yeah, not you, Riraku. They don't want your wings. So what I'm gonna do is, where's my ruler? Oh, here it is. I'm gonna take my funny ruler. I don't know if you guys have seen this ruler. This is my triangle ruler. Has like a ton of different measurement things on it. I'm gonna take this and use it to score this so I can break it. So I'm gonna hold this still and just score the top surface. Because I don't need all this excess at the bottom here. There we go. And thankfully this material is so easy to work with, I can pretty much just break it. But I can cut through a little further, maybe. Oh, do you see how easily this cuts? My blade just like sinks right through it. It's like cutting sand almost. wonder if this makes a better noise. I like. Can you hear that? Can you hear it cutting? Satisfying to watch. Yeah, here, wait, I can cut a couple more of them. It just goes. So you can see how lightweight of a material the Easy Carve is. It actually cuts easier than like meat and stuff like that. It's like one of those satisfying videos. Yeah. Visual ASMR. Yeah, I think it's just considered like satisfying stuff. The most satisfying part of the printmaking has been me destroying my materials with a box cutter. Here, have a little bit have some little chunks. Looks like sodium. It does. If you've ever gotten sodium where they send it to you in the chunks suspended in oil, this kind of looks just like it. Watch out, shroommates. I'm going to throw a little explosive thing into your water. It's like sponge cake. I would say it's coarser than sponge cake is. It's like, think about cutting through like a pink rubber eraser. That's almost exactly what it was like. And they're like little squishy cubes. Yeah, Callie, I do get the very distinct feeling like I want to put these in my mouth, which is not good. This is not something that should be eaten by any means. I don't think it would do anything if I ate it. It's just rubber, mostly, but I shouldn't do that anyway. Don't eat it. No, I see you all saying to eat it. Do not eat. But now that we said it, I really want to just see what it feels like to chew it. I will resist. I have to be mature about this. I'm a teacher. I cannot be being a bad example like that. Rubber's technically vegan, isn't it? Well, depends on what it is. Some of them contain things that are very distinctly not vegan. Let's see, I could even cut, because this is squared, so I don't need this to be squared. I might even cut this corner off also. Oh, that made a noise. I didn't get a very clean cut, but... Wow. Tactical snack deployment? Yeah, you gotta deploy snacks to the shroommates they don't want to eat. This forbidden tofu. Kind of. Careful, EG, don't worry, my hands aren't anywhere. I'm good. EG is always careful, don't worry. So here, let me move my box cutter back away. There we go. Oh, hi Jay, thank you. I hope you can't hear me drink. I heard a rip. That might have been me hitting the table. Now eating stamps, later eating paste. No. Don't eat any of these materials, please. None of the printmaking materials are to be eaten. And I will say, this isn't even the worst. The worst thing when it comes to wanting to eat printmaking supplies is screen printing ink. Because screen printing ink has the consistency of like thick yogurt or like Kewpie mayo. It looks like forbidden yogurt. I want to eat it so bad sometimes. It's so alluring, but I cannot have it. Cannot. It is not worth it. Not worth the risk. It is just acrylic, but I don't need that on my insides. Whoops. Sorry, I bumped something. I hope that wasn't loud. Yeah, it looks appetizing. Yeah, Hodgepodge, as you're in there, has your teacher made any of the references about what things are supposed to sound like or any of that? We're like, oh, I guess for relief, the one thing that we lose by me not having my brayer is that when you roll the brayer through the ink, it makes this really interesting snapping noise. I'll have to like record it or something once I can find my brayer, because that is one of the more interesting noises. And we say that the ink, when you roll it out on a slab or like something to get your nice thin layer of it, you want it to look like the texture of an orange peel. So like printmaking is just so chock full of food analogy for some reason. So hard class to take if you have to take it like in the evening before you can get your dinner if you're in school. Says me. I took a 6 to 9 printmaking class. It was lithography as an undergrad. And because I had a class before it, I couldn't eat dinner until 9 p.m. and that was rough. That was rough. No, our class is way overcrowded, so it's uniquely stressful. Uh-oh. I'm sorry to hear that. Screen printing tends to be one of the more popular ones, so I can imagine that being the case. But I'm sorry to hear that. Working in a lab, there are many things that look yummy. That's also true. The number of times I'd see like a nice like copper solution be like, blue liquid. I want blue liquid. Yeah. Is there a way to recycle the shavings like paper? Sadly, I don't think there is. Which I will say, like any art medium, every art medium is at least somewhat wasteful in some way. With relief printmaking, because you're carving down a substrate, you are going to have some waste. But if you look at how much waste it is, this is what I have from carving this block so far. It's not a huge amount, but it is still a noticeable amount of carving done. And I wish there was something we could do with it to recycle it. But if there is, I sadly don't know it. But when it comes to paper, at least, I have made my own paper for many years, actually. I've been making paper since like 2018. So all of my scraps go back into paper, and then the scraps of my handmade paper just go back into more handmade paper. um, which that would be an interesting stream to do someday too, but that would have to be like out of the garage. I can't really make paper in my bedroom, or not bedroom, in the office, because there's a carpet in here, and making paper involves a lot of water. I'd have to figure out like a mobile ordeal for it. Could you grind it to powder, then re-smelt it? Would it melt or just burn? I think it would probably just burn, unfortunately, if I heated it. I don't know if it would melt. I think it chemically sets. I don't know. Trust me, everyone, you and your entire lifetime of waste will never outwaste a single month of a construction site. That is true. I am all for, doing the things we can to take care of the earth and not contribute to it. But at the same time, some of those efforts are a little futile in comparison to the efforts made by larger corporations. I bet you weren't expecting ecological discussion here, but I had to write a paper when I was an undergrad about what we can do to save water on a personal basis. And I instead wrote the paper about how companies can stop wasting water, because the amount of water that I use, even if I'm being wasteful as a person, is never going to even come remotely close to the amount of water that the golf course down the street from me uses in a single day. Like, it's so much. It's so much. So that's what my entire paper was. Which is that regardless of what I do personally in my life to reduce my water usage, unless we start making changes on a larger scale, it's not going to do anything. It really won't. So, like, I wasn't trying to be a doomer about it, but it is the truth. Corporations are so very wasteful. And it's a good sentiment to do what we can to help. And it makes it feel like the fight is less futile. But it feels a little bit like it is. Save water so companies can waste it more. That does seem to be the case often. That's at least how it feels, especially when, like, I have family friends who live in California. And for them, they're like, oh, water use, like, you're only allowed to use water for so much. There's, like, bans on using it outside, all this stuff. But you better bet the companies are using as much as they want. Maybe you could treat it with hydrogen to desulfurize it, then re-add the sulfur to revulcanize it. Maybe. I have a feeling that if we were to want to do something to recycle it, we would have to chemically melt it and then reconstitute it. But I don't know how I would do that. It does bear a nice Google search, maybe, to see if there is a way I could find online, maybe, for recycling it. The good news is that for relief carving, on the other hand, people will sometimes powder it and mix it into wood glue and then make like blocks based off that, which they work kind of, not fantastically, but it does work and it's a good way of reducing waste for printmaking. Dang, no love for typewriters? Typewriters? Sorry, did I miss something about a typewriter? I didn't see. Am I going to turn off the water while I brush my teeth? Yes. Do I understand that it's a small in the grand scheme? Still yes. Yeah, I mean, at the very least, making those moves for us on the small scale does keep our water bill from becoming too large, which, is kind of nice and effective if you're trying to minimize expenditure, but it is tough. Feels nice to be nice even if the impact is minimal. Yes, I agree with that. The LB broth powder always looked like melted milk powder and fresh agar plates look like Jello, which basically are. Yeah, we use a lot of gum arabic in printmaking also, which gum arabic is also a food additive. Um, it's used, I believe, as a stabilizer and a texturizer in food, but we use it in printmaking. We use it in lithography as like also a stabilizer essentially. Um, so when there were shortages in the food industry of agar, so I believe agar comes from trees, if I remember correctly. Um, we were suffering from that too because it's you cannot do uh lithography without it. Yeah. Sounds like fun. Paint bright colors, not even confetti. We could do that. Very unfortunate. Welcome back, G. Good to see you again. Realness golf fields seem excessive. Yeah, you'll find I'm not the biggest supporter of them. I think agar is from algae, is it? Seaweed? Agar comes from a yellow seaweed. Oh, agar does, but what? But gum arabic. Gum arabic comes from not that. What is gum arabic? Did I say agar? I meant gum arabic. What does gum arabic come from? I don't know off the top of my head because that's the same thing. That's a food additive that does a similar thing. Ooh, I carved that in a little close there. Acacia trees? Really? Is that where gum arabic comes from? Don't know about gum arabic. I only used it once. That's fair. It's not a very common thing to be used by consumers. It's like how the whole concept of carbon footprint was a redirection tactic. It was. I love knowing that that's all it was. It makes me so sad. But yeah, it was redirection. Can't get mad at BP about carbon footprint when you know that you also have a carbon footprint, supposedly. Also, hi, and Cinda. I see you in both places. Odd idea I had long ago for a little Nightmares-like game. You play a small scrap mage trying to stop a global company that used eldritch power to grow. In short, the whole game is anti-waste. See, that would be nice. I like a nice anti-waste maneuvering. Something that would propose, be in support of it. In Minecraft, it's a rare wood. Yeah. Yes, we do all have a carbon footprint, but not quite the degree that the big companies do. And it is worthwhile to still do what we can. The little bit does add up after so long of all of us trying to do our part, but we still need bigger change to be made to some degree. All right, this I need to like hold it close to my face so I can see it. Might be serviceable. I'm trying to see if I missed any little bits. I think I might have. I think there's some little edges that I didn't cut as closely as I needed to. I will say I'm working so much further away for it. Wrong time to ask, could you check out my typewriter on Discord media before I totally forget to tell you? I actually don't know if I can open Discord right now. Let me see. Am I capable of this? I'm missing monitors right now to have this set up. So I can't really show it either, unfortunately. Because I don't have the monitor and people to show it on. But I can at least look at it myself. In general, is in chat. Oh, in media. Oh my gosh, wait, I'm really far back in it. Whoa, oh wow, that is a fancy typewriter. It does the ding when it reaches into a page. That's fun. That seems to be like such like a satisfying thing. Yeah. Grew up so confused by the water thing. There might be 1 week or month where you have to alternate watering your gardens. Living by tall mountains makes for a lot of water. Yeah, where I live has never had water shortages. We've always been pretty okay with it. So the idea of having to limit the water you use, especially like outside watering a garden or something like that, was definitely foreign to me. But I can understand it. Especially the area where I am, if we have a drought, we get like burn bans or whatchamacallit. Things where you're supposed to limit your water usage. Because I think the reservoirs we pull from are negatively affected by the droughts. But it's usually not too big of a deal. Don't be yourself over a carbon footprint. Yeah. It was invented and promoted by fossil fuel industry to shift the blame. Yeah, that's why I brought up BP. Was it BP or Shell? I think it was one of them, but I don't remember. Took a class in college about the Colorado River. Emphasis on our use of it. Nothing to do with my degree, but it was really interesting. I'd imagine. Yeah. I can imagine. I haven't really gotten to take a lot of classes that were very ecologically focused, but I did get to take environmental chem at one point, which was very eye-opening for me. It was also terrifying for me. I learned that a lot of the water that we have is not as clean and free of chemicals as we think it is, unfortunately. Not to scare all of you, but I believe it was we ran a bunch of water quality tests on like water in rivers outside and water that is in your house just coming out of the faucet and then filtered water and all that. And we found that a lot of the tolerances for heavy metals were barely being met. And then, scarier than that, we actually found really large amounts of pesticides still in the filtered water, which is concerning. And I know that, what was it? Brita, I think it was. They may have been in a class action lawsuit not too long ago because they were claiming that their filters removed so much of, like, some certain percent of that. But that didn't really seem to be the case when we tested it. It seemed like they removed some of it, which was good, but not really a large, demonstrable amount of it. But it's definitely worth using the filters. Still, it's better than nothing. But it's still not good. It's like they say, there's microplastics in everything now, which is also scary. Oops, it's hard to keep this in one place. We get a carcinogen warning about our drinking water from our town every year. Oh, that's kind of horrifying in its own way. Yeah, I don't like that. I'm sorry to hear that. I live somewhere where we have a really high amount of chlorine in our water, which is not super great, unfortunately. And that's because it's being treated for disease, usually, because there's a lot of waterborne illness that's spread in cities. US spends an amount comparable to what it spends on war to subsidize fossil fuel and make global warming worse. Yeah, yeah. I don't want to start spiraling about the US of A. We're doing a lot of funky business right now. And all I will say about it is that love your neighbors. Love and support each other. Care about each other. Look after each other. Please. That is what I will ask of all of you. We are heading into some strange times. And we will do our best here to be full of love and support and to always have a seat at our table for everyone of all walks of life. And we can do our best to encourage that of others. But it is feeling a little bit dark looking forward at the way things are progressing. So we're not going to think too hard about it. I don't want to bring the mood down like that, but we gotta all do what we can, help your communities out, look after your friends and family, okay? We gotta care about each other. We always should, but now more than ever. Yeah. Direct action works, vote in local and midterm elections, that too. That also works. And then you can even have more direct action than that, which is that a lot of people are losing support to things because prices are rising and there's a lot of programs that there is not currently access to because of some funny moves going on. So donate food when you can, help people out if you're seeing they're struggling or are food insecure. There's a lot we can do to help each other that goes also beyond like more of like the protesting and more, I guess I would say, slightly aggressive end of support, where it really goes a long way to reach out to people in your life who you see maybe struggling or having a tough time and providing them support, letting them know you're on their side, and, you know, inviting them for dinner. Yeah, mutual aid. Help your friend get to their work interview. Carpool. There's all kinds of things you can do to support each other. Oh, it's so cute. Thank you. I appreciate it. This is a brand new ski outfit. Yeah, community action. Get involved in your community. Community support does make a huge world of difference. And I don't talk about it a ton. I see a lot of those like posts on Twitter. Oh, no Twitter. Where it's like, oh, the worst thing you can do as a VTuber is be political. And I actually think they're very wrong for saying that. Because for as much as I would say I don't talk about politics often, I think it's probably pretty clear where I stand on things. I don't really hide my thoughts. I tend to use VTubing as my little bit of escape. I am much more active in my daily life when it comes to community aid and those kinds of things. This is like an escape for me to some degree, but I will use my platform to say, look after each other, please. Look into community support. Please do all of those things. If you can, yeah. Society survives by the bonds between the members, yes. Be the change you wish to see. Yep, that's the saying. Hi, Cherry. Hello. How are you, Cherry? First VTuber I ever followed was a political streamer. That was their topic. Hell yeah, that's actually kind of cool. I have not seen that. I have a lot of respect also for VTubers who tend to be very political also. Like Damien Dread is someone who I have a lot of respect for because he does not pull his punches. We know exactly how Damien feels about all topics, and Damien uses their platform to engage with those topics very loudly and I would say with a lot of empathy. So I admire that a lot. Yeah. I consider politics being stuff like whether taxes go to potholes or sidewalks this year, not human rights. I would love to, yeah, I would love to say that's the public way of viewing it. Apparently, me existing is kind of political. I'm a non binary, asexual, biromantic, disabled person. um, so like I check a couple of those boxes where it's like, oh, I cannot portray my own people. Doing great. How are you? I'm doing fantastic. We're carving a relief block. I'm so happy. I get to do printmaking, which makes me very happy. Yeah. I feel like a lot of VTubers have at least some degree of politicalness, even if that's just who they are. That's true. I would agree with that. I would say that people, I don't know if always realize what all they're saying or doing is political, but like every statement you make about like beliefs to some degree in the internet can come to be political in some way. Yeah. Reassuring that knowing that we're not alone. No, we're not alone out there. For as much as it might be scary to look up at the stars at night and see the vast, infinite sky just staring down at you, you know that for every single one of those stars up there, not every single one of them, but for a lot of them, there is a little blip on the planet Earth here. There's another person who is looking up there too, and probably feeling similarly. It's intimidating looking at all there is and feeling alone in that way. But there's so much we can do for each other. Yeah. E.g. being mushy. Whoops, this isn't what we signed up for today. Ironically, having the privilege to say, guys, don't talk about this and alienates people is very political. Oh, it absolutely is. I don't have the privilege to not talk about the rights of disabled people and the rights of, well, I mean, all kinds, but like specifically the rights that disabled people have and the rights that I have as somebody who is not cisgender or straight. Because if I don't stand up for myself, I will lose those things, unfortunately. We can't have that. You've come into a somewhat deep discussion. I hope you slept well. It's funny that this brought this out of me. Me doing a little bit of like quiet carving. This is EG's Be Real Day, it seems like. We get like almost real voice EG. I'm still hamming it up just a little bit. It's hard not to. But we're doing EG's talking about reality and also having a little bit more real voice. You don't make a big deal out of it. It's refreshing. I appreciate that. I definitely make a much bigger deal about it in my daily life. For me, I like listening to streams and not having to think about what is going on out there. I have to think about it and be sad about it on my own time. So I try and keep it out of here for the most part. But like, I respect people who make it more of what they're about. I think that that's an incredibly strong and bold thing to do. And I'm proud of them for it. Yeah. Friends make it a point to not offer money to people walking around because we don't know if somebody's scamming. Offer food and self-care stuff, but not money. See, while that is fair, at the same time, people need what they need, and we can't kind of like enforce our own beliefs onto people of what they may or may not need. And for some people, they just need to get by and survive. So, I mean, it's hard if there's people who may be scamming out there, but at the same time, we don't know what people truly need in some cases. Some stars, not all of them. Yeah, no, not nearly all of them. There's like infinite stars, but there's infinite little souls and hearts on our planet of Earth. Picture a little alien looking up as their world is destroyed by a freshly made neuron star. Oh no, Riraku, that's so sad. I mean, who knows? There could be more life out there, and so much more life out there that my statement was true. It could be. I respect people who can be open about their opinions, like discussion, but also don't like it if that makes sense. Look up people who can open that discussion. No, I think I understand what you mean. I like people who can open a discussion and then not. I think there's something to be said about discussions that can be had without shame. You don't change anyone's mind about anything that you feel strongly about if shame is an element in it. So I could see that, because I think that is one trouble that does happen sometimes, is offering shame to things. Um, yeah, something out there, some evidence of at least bacteria on Europa. I think there was. I'm sure there's aliens out there somewhere. I don't actually know though. um, yeah. Former homeless addicts have told me it's not good to give out money randomly. It's better to donate to programs and volunteer. Ah, I see. I I've heard varying statements about that. Maybe wait another 100 years and be greeted by aliens. I think we might see them sooner. I don't know if it'll be 100 years. I feel like they should come say hi to us. We need a nice distraction. I think we need something to bring the world together, like a alien encounter. So, I have what I would call a functionally carved block here. Look at this. I made this while we were all here together. I've made a stamp. If I show you the side profile, that's what I've been doing this whole time. So do you see how much I've reduced the side profile? And I don't know if you can tell super clearly because let me put it against the dark background. I can't actually zoom in because the camera doesn't work that close. But do you see how I have this nice gradual little mountain slope happening there? Nice strong surface on my block here. Looking a lot thinner? Yeah. I carved out probably like a third up to half of the thickness of it. Are we going to test it? We're going to try, and we're going to do something very silly to try it. I'm going to make a DIY stamp pad to see if that works to try it. So I'll show you how to do that. I just need to go grab the things for it because I hadn't been planning to do that. So I will maybe have to stick you on the BRB for a second for it to go retrieve. The supplies I'm going to be using to do this are a chunk of sponge and some India ink. Because what you can do is you can soak the India ink into the sponge and then dab it over the surface. And that should contact onto the surface of the paper well enough. And then I may have to pull a... Where's my paper? I have my paper sitting here somewhere. Exciting, can't wait to see it. Yeah, me too. So the first print we're going to do of it is going to be called a proof. It's not going to be what the final would be by any stand. Oh no, Paper Tiger, thank you for following. Also, Chunks of Plum, sorry I missed you. Thank you for following also. Our first print is a proof, where we're just testing to see how accurate my carving was. And then after that proof, we might carve back into it a little bit before it's, I guess, finally done, technically. So I'm going to mute my mic for a second here, and I'm going to go run into my kitchen and grab a sponge and a little baggie to put the sponge in so I keep my hands clean. But I will be right back. Sadly, to go and like look back before stream ends. For now, good day, everyone. Thank you for hanging out, Amber. Enjoy the rest of your day. I will be right back. Shroommates, be good. Please, don't do anything I wouldn't do, okay? Age back. Were you good? Oh, Alive to Thrive gifted a sub while I was gone. Thank you, Alive to Thrive. That was very kind of you. Hang on, I gotta turn the thingamabob off. There it is. I'm back. We didn't do anything? Very good. Rip USB splitter? Oh, oh no. Oh, Cable Gore, I'm sorry you're having misfortunes. I hope your day goes better from here. But thank you, Alive to Thrive. It was very kind of you. We reached the sub goal today, which is very exciting. Oh, doing extra credit right now? You guys should do the extra credit. So here, what I'm going to do, I will actually, before I make a mess of my hands, I am going to tear down my paper, which will likely make a noise you can hear. Oh, Kaniko, thank you for the gifted subs. I appreciate it. It was very kind of you. If you got gifted a sub from Kaniko, please say thank you. Shemates, can we rotate? Not just for Kaniko, but also for Alive to Thrive, because I wasn't here to instruct you all to rotate. Thank you. Yay. Let's tear some paper. You'll probably be able to hear that, I would guess. I would warrant that we can hear. So here's my paper. I'm going to leave us a little bit of a border. So let's see, what is a good size here? This is about, oops, that's not inches. Where's inches? There we go. That's about a little bit over 3. So let's see. I don't want to make it square, so maybe we do 2.5 by 3. That seems good. Yay! Oh my gosh, you guys are rotating your fish too. Very excited. Yay! We're significantly over the sub goal now, which I appreciate. I might have to start setting more difficult goals for that. There we go. So I'm marking my paper so I can cut it. And in printmaking, there is this specific prestige, as we call it, which is there is something called a decal that your paper has. That's what this little edge is. Do you see how my paper has this funny little wobbly torn edge? This isn't torn, actually. Oh, wait, hang on, I have to sneeze. I muted myself in time. That would have been really loud. So this edge here is called a decal. I guess I can use my pencil to point. Oh, I have to sneeze again. This is awful. What do you do if you're an ASMR streamer and you have to sneeze? I guess you just mute and you have to stop what you're doing. This is a decal, and this is not a torn edge. The decal is where the paper pulp slips between the edges of the thing that you use to make the paper, which is also called a decal sometimes. So where it slips between it here, it makes it have this irregular edge. And what this signifies is paper quality. This means that this is not a paper that is made by a machine inherently. This may be a handmade paper, or that it's just higher quality paper. So then what we do in order to honor this view of like this wobbly edge, we will tear our edges, as you see I've done here previously and down here previously, where it gives it a little bit of irregularity. We call it a decal, and it is used, it's treated like a status thing in printmaking. Printmaking is kind of funny. There's a lot of, oh, voice crack. There's a lot of adherence to, like standards and past practices and stuff like that, and not all of them are helpful. This one, people get bent out of shape if you do one that is, you decal a paper that is a machine cut paper. Don't let me catch you decaling Lennox 100. No, no, no. But this is Stonehenge, so it's fine. They're kind of silly about it. I don't care. So here, let's hear. You can probably hear me rip this paper if I rip the paper. Did you hear that? Did you hear my paper tear noise? Status of handmade look. Yeah, there's a lot of things in printmaking that are done based on tradition. So tearing paper is done based on that. And, you know, it's considered deceitful to tear paper that is not handmade or didn't already have a decal, which I think is kind of silly. Yeah. Does it work like Prindle? No, no, no. Decal is not at all like Prindle. Decal is spelled D-E-C-A-L, I believe. Decal. Ooh. Hope your sneeze is soft enough. I don't sneeze that quietly. I sneeze with a decent bit of volume. Let's see. Can you hear it when I tear the paper? Didn't get the tear sound, got a little blip in the ruler moving along the paper. Darn it. I'm definitely gonna have to play around with my settings to see if I can get that, because I feel like we're missing the whole point of this. I don't think this even qualifies as ASMR. I may have to double down and try something else as our ASMR stream, because I don't even think this qualifies. Is there a noise gate on? There's not. I have my noise gate off. I have my expander might not like it, if I'm wondering. I do have a couple of filters on because my mic doesn't sound good without them, but they shouldn't be limiting the lower end of what we can hear, so I don't know. Try again. Oh, if it hasn't, it is the gate. It is the noise gate. Let's see. I shouldn't have a noise gate on. There's no environment sound at all. I would imagine not. So let me see. Let me go to filters. Let me turn off my noise. I don't have a noise gate. Nope, I don't even have a noise gate on. You can only hear paper when you're talking. Well, I guess I'll quietly talk over it. So hopefully you can hear it through my voice. That's funny. Audio ducking? I don't have that. I have an EQ, and I have an expander, and I have a limiter to prevent me from getting too loud for this stream. So I don't know what is causing it. I'm being betrayed. But that's probably enough pieces. I don't know how many I'm gonna print. We'll do that many for now, just to see how it works. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 should be good to get started. All right. So let's assemble our funny little thing. Oh wait, my ink is over here. So I have India ink in a little bottle here that I'm going to use for this. And I'm going to cut my sponge, which maybe will also be something we can hear. Do you ever use like cheap block erasers to test out Linocut design idea? We were talking about it earlier, that is something you can use. Unfortunately, the stuff I make is usually much too large to do something like that on. But it is definitely something if you want to learn how to do printmaking, that is a cheap DIY way to try it out. So here's my little ink guy. Look at this funny little Spider-Man on this Indian ink. Isn't it nice? He's very cute. And then where did I set my sponge? I moved it. Hey G, where'd you put your sponge? I picked it up. Oh, there it is. I picked it up and then set it back down over here. There we go. So what I'm gonna do is cut my sponges. So I have 2 different kinds of sponge to test. So I'm gonna make myself an ink block that is only about as big as my block here. Let's see, can you hear me drawing it? Oh, Joby's getting home. Wait, hang on, I gotta mute it because Joby doesn't know I'm doing this right now. Now we can talk quiet. Joby's here.
Did you have to give me a warning before I came in here and shouted?
Yes.
I totally understand. Are you doing ASMR right now?
Kind of. It's not working, but we're just kind of being like quietly doing printmaking. My mic's not good enough for it.
That's wild. Okay. So here's the question.
What?
Is it so sensitive that if I'm like out in the living room?
No, if you shut the door, it should be okay. They're not able to hear. I'm like tearing paper and they can't hear it, but my voice is coming through really loud, so I have to tune my settings a little better.
What are you guys discussing?
What were we discussing? We were being anti-capitalist for a little bit, which was kind of nice. We're talking about environmental impact.
Are you trying to redefine societal norms right now?
I don't know.
Well, then
Maybe.
let me learn you something here real
Yeah.
quick. What based on the different so many different flavors, right?
Flavors of
Right.
what?
Dr. Pepper as a beverage contains 23 separate unique flavors, right?
Uh-huh. It does. That's
Made
true.
was made as a tool to replicate the taste of all the flavors mixed together.
That's true.
To
I believe I
replicate
told you that.
the smell
Yep. You're getting
of
a little louder.
so sorry. I'm getting excited.
That's okay.
Trying to redefine norms.
Yeah.
Here's a question. If Dr. Pepper was real, how do you feel they'd be?
Oh, like if Dr. Pepper was a man?
Uh,
Or like a guy that exists? Like a person?
why isn't Dr. Pepper a woman?
That's
I got you there.
that's not
What we're trying to do is redefine societal norms. And it's really important that we unlearn bad tendencies. And
that's
I'll be the
true.
first to admit it. I said the same thing when I learned this at work today.
Oh, okay, okay.
But
So you just decided to get me with a gotcha that you
well,
had already been gotten
it's
by.
about unlearning these things. This is important. Give them a mic.
Oops, I spilled a little bit of ink.
Look at
Oh,
that ink.
look, I'm living up to my name. I'm Inky.
There you go.
Look at me, the Inky Cat Mushroom. Here, just go on the sponge. This is why I have the plastic here. Joby, how does it feel to be a meme at school? I told them about how they're quoting you saying,
Yeah. Turns out I'm even more of a meme than I thought.
"Oh, really? How so?"
Because I was involved in the school newspaper.
Mm-hmm.
They just keep like any chance they can get to farm content, they come by and
Really?
interview me. Yeah. And now it's
That's funny.
becoming more and more of a just a good bit.
That is funny. Good that you've become a good bit for them. This is a little messier than I intended, but this should do the trick of what I was aiming to do.
Did you carve that block today?
I did. I just carved which block?
The one that you were about to print, I'm gonna guess.
Yeah, I carved it today. I carved it on stream. This is actually the most productive stream I think I've ever had.
Chat, chat, can we get a poggers real quick? Pog for that.
Thanks, Jovi. We got a golden kappa because we learned what a golden kappa stream is today.
What is it? Would you be willing to let Jubby run a stream unsupervised for even just a few minutes someday?
Unclear.
Now that's a really good question.
Unclear. Jovi, you have to understand this. If we let Jovi unsupervised run a stream, Jovi's a very different vibe than I am when I'm on stream.
I it would be so all over the place.
It would be.
There'd
That's
be
true.
no planning. It would just be me talking into the mic in a dark room. I would just be whispering.
Oh my gosh. Hang on, Jovi. I need to come back for 1 second, which is
I'm gonna step out.
go for it.
Enjoy your time.
Oh wait, you didn't give me a kiss. Go back.
Wonderful.
Same with my partner. Can't be trusted to be unsupervised. It would be fun. You'll get some unfiltered Jovi on next Thursday when we do Lethal Company. So this ink is much thinner than I thought it was, but watch. So I have my sponge that is full of ink. I have my hand that is also now covered in ink, unfortunately. But theoretically, this is a DIY ink pad, so I can go like this and kind of stamp it to it. It's gonna get on the area around it just a little bit, but that shouldn't be a problem when we get to the paper because the paper should not fall down into those areas anyway. And we can see how clean of a job I did at carving it, which is to say, it might not be a super clean job because I'm on stream. Who is more lethal, the company or Jovi's wit? I would say Jovi's wit, probably. So look, it's inked up. It looks worse than it is because the sponge kind of goes around the edges a little bit more than a brayer would. But theoretically, that shouldn't print too much because we're just going to contact it onto paper. And then if I let this dry, I can then clean it up a little bit and then it'll print a little better. But look, my logo. So I got to clear a little spot so I can place that somewhere else. Thank you for the gloop. Look at all this gloop. Look at this mess we have here. I also was going to try a magic eraser, but I realized that's just going to disintegrate. Okay, so shift this whole ordeal over here so I can grab a piece of paper. Oh, and the other thing is I might have been too slow. The ink might have dried on the surface of this already. Let me try. Make sure it's nice and damp at the moment. There we go, because this ink dries kind of fast. Oops, I missed the bottom part. Let's see. Square them up. Normally, you would not print with the paper down and the block on top, but because I'm doing this without a press and I'm doing this just with ink, this is the better way of doing it, unfortunately. Not usually the way I would advise. Let's see, do I have a clean finger? Let's see. Oh, my ink dried. The ink dried too fast, but proof of concept. It does work. There we go. Almost worried you would accidentally tap the camera with the ink sponge. Oh, that would not be good, no. Is that because the ink can roll down onto the paper? What do you mean roll down? I guess it could, but usually it's just because we're trying to not accidentally puncture the paper. That's why we print in that order. Yippee! Yeah, no, don't yippee yet. This actually, as a printmaker, kind of hurts to look at. This is called salt and pepper, and usually it's not because your ink's too dry. Usually it's because you don't have enough pressure, but I let the ink sit on there for too long. I yapped. So let me move this over here for now, and let me re-ink my stamp and see. Whoops, I should grab more paper out from underneath. There we go. This camera being focused in so tight is so not helpful for this. Very messy compared to using a printer. That's fair, but this is handmade, which inherently bestows upon it quality and, that handmade touch. Why get a piece of fabric that was made by a machine when you can get a crocheted one? There's a lot more meaning carried in the fact that you've done it by hand. Salt and pepper's a nice style. I mean, you can do that stylistically for it if you want. So, oh yeah, that is another food term in printmaking. You're right. So I'm going to press a little harder this time, just to see if I can make sure I get better coverage. And if I get a little bit on the lower areas, they're low enough that they really aren't printing, so I think I should be okay. Make sure I don't have too much excess on here. And then we'll stamp it. We're really doing this the DIY way. Let's see. Square it up. We'll press. Maybe the printmakers were really hungry when they came up with all the names. I mean, food comparisons are very common, I think, in every area. I think food is one of the best bases of reference we can relate to because it's something we all experience to some degree. So let's see, is this one any better? We might get stuck by as far as quality goes by the fact that I'm missing a key material here. Let's see if that was better. It might just be the ink, unfortunately. But that one's a little better. They're not super great. I wonder if you could 3D print an ink roller for this, or if the filament wouldn't work too well. I mean, the rollers for 3D printing are urethane. So I guess printing TPU would be kind of similar, but I don't know if that would be great for it. Where does Squiiji come into play here? It doesn't. That's a different material. That's a different medium. This is relief printing. I wonder if it's just like not spread out enough from how I'm doing this. Can ink come in something thicker? Yeah, the ink that's in that tube is thicker, but I can't apply it like this. If I had my brayer, we wouldn't have a problem. It would be printing perfectly, but it's not. But we can at least see the quality of my carving, which is to say the carving actually seems like it's pretty decent. The quality of the print is another thing. This is something my students turn in work that looks like this, and this is not good. Not great. I don't think pressure is the problem either. Normally, if we were doing printing the way you're supposed to, I would print it like this. I would put a slip over the top of it, like this. And then I would use my Baron to apply pressure. This is so small that I might end up accidentally moving it. This distributes my pressure very evenly. Flat ironing it, kind of. if you want to do DIY printmaking yourself, you can run your prints over with a car if you're using wood, or you can use, you know, those lawn rollers that are used for leveling. Those also work. Let's see. Let's see if that did anything to help it. Whoop. Nope, I think it's just the ink. I think my block is absorbing some of the ink, actually, which isn't great. But, I mean, we can at least see from looking at these the quality of the carving itself. I've got a little bit of funniness on the bottom edge of that. But I did some pretty clean carving for the most part. I may need an actual brayer to do this normally the way it should be. If I can find my brayer or buy one, I will make an actual print for you so you can see how it's supposed to look, because I am actually genuinely sad. The best part of this is doing the reveal. And we can't really do the reveal right now, unfortunately. But if this dries, I could clean up, like, do you see how the bottom edge of this J is kind of jagged? We can clean that up and make it not be. Lovely, thank you. I'm glad you think so. I'm a little disappointed, but I'm glad you aren't. Squeegee. The Squeegee could exist someday, somehow, maybe. What if you microwave the ink? I don't know what that would do. I don't know if that would help. Just means you'll have to do another stream. Uh-oh, more EG printmaking. Oh no, whatever will you do? 3D printing is getting much simpler, thankfully, but in this case, probably be easier to carve it. It would be the easiest thing for me to do to buy the brayer again. I don't know what happened to my brayer. I'm kind of sad. Hammer can apply better pressure? Oh god, that would just break everything. I don't use a hammer. I don't want to do that. Ink drying too fast, sponge being too porous, distribute evenly. Yeah, it's probably a combination of those things. It's probably both of those things. If I had the optimum setup, like this ink takes hours to dry, so it would stay wet long enough that I wouldn't have a problem with it drying on here. And this ink also applies very smoothly, so if I get my brayer, we can come back and we can print it again, because I actually, see if I can find it. I actually have another print that I'm prepared to make, a linoleum print. Did I save? I might not have. I might have to open it. Let me see real quick. Sorry if you can hear my mouse, it might be kind of loud. Yeah, G might be right about the sponge. I mean, here, I can try. This sponge isn't very porous. This sponge is very thick, but it's not very porous. So it might work better. Let me open. I have a print of me that I'm planning to make. Yeah, I didn't change it. Let's see. How do I display this? Yeah, there we go. Yep, okay. Got that. You'll see this is much more complicated than what the print we've just made is. So there we go. I should be able to now drag and drop it into OBS so you can see it. Audio-wise, you're good. I can't hear anything. Oh, really? That's pretty good. Does the ink wash off from your hands? Yeah, this is a water-based ink. It might stain me just a tad, but this is India ink. Thankfully, it's pretty washable. Let me, where is it? Image. Yep. And then we find it real quick. And then it should be in here. Let's see if I can grab it. Nope, not that one. Yeah, there we go. So we will probably come back to relief printing. Oh, wow, it's so big. It took over. Sorry. I didn't think it was going to put it in quite that size. But that's how big it is for resolution purposes. Hang on, let me scale this down so you can see it. Sorry for jump scare. I didn't mean for it to be... I didn't realize this would be that big. So this is a drawing of me that I have prepared to carve a relief block for. It would probably be... I can show you the block that's prepped for it, which is this one. It would be this big in comparison. So do you see how much bigger this is compared to this little guy that I spent an hour and a half carving? So I'd make it much bigger, which makes it actually easier to carve. But without my brayer, there's no point in printing it. So looks tough. Is the cutaway part the black or the white? The white is the cutaway part. This drawing that I have here would not be, I don't think, too hard of a print to carve. Technically speaking, for me, this is much harder actually to carve. This is so much smaller. All of the curves on this are so much bigger. Freckles, though, I've actually carved a lot of freckles in my prints before. I've done a lot of faces, so they should be okay. It'll be a little tedious, but it won't be too bad. That is one massive forehead. You forget, because I'm wearing Squiiji. I have a big forehead. My forehead is really big. But I will probably carve this someday. It also makes my shoulders look really tiny. I might need to correct that because of where I put the shading. But I intend to make a print of it somehow, someday. And I can see why, having made this, why people had asked earlier if I would take commissions maybe for VTubers prints, but I don't really have a good setup, as you see. Me lacking my brayer. Impressive, very cute. Thank you. Um, so here's the thing. Here's the thing. I did not think I would do this so quickly. I was so fast. This was so quick. um, because I guess we can't do the full printing normally for it. So I guess my question is, what now? What do I do now? Frontal lobe gang rise up. You're so right. You're so right. I got big old brain. None of you were here yesterday and saw the empty hole in my skull. I thought the shoulders were a stylistic choice. Gets them in the picture, gets the idea across. The one shoulder is correct. The other shoulder is just too wide. Ask Jubby to carve one too. Jubby has not carved. I don't know if Jubby's done relief before, but they might have. I could carve more. I have another piece of this really small stuff out in the kitchen that I could get if we wanted to do something else for it real quick. We could do a little drawing on here and then see if we can start carving it. Basic sketching session. We could if you want. You know what I could also do? I could put us back on the regular mic and we could make more lurk bait creatures if we would like, because I still have another like hour and 15. But I accomplished what I set out here to do, I think, which is chill, quiet, all of that. Um, uh, oh wait, my image is hiding the lurk bait. So I could do that, I guess. Also, let's see. Oh, so what is the queue right now? It doesn't seem like 3? The queue's actually not too bad, it seems like. Look at that. There's only 3 people in line. Yay! Little bit of but the pool goes still. Oh, waiting for it's making me a little antsy? We're well behaved? Oh, it seems like there's not too long of a queue right now. It seems like it's pretty quick, which is very nice. Staying slow, that's good. I'm glad it's been under control. So here's what I think we'll do. Here's our 2 options. We have 2 options. Option one is I go get the other piece of linoleum from the kitchen and I just continue. I can draw another little doodle for it and then we can start carving that. Or we can switch. I can plug my tablet back in, take this stuff off my desk real quick, and I can do some drawing for, like, I can take some requests for lurkbait if you would like. Does that seem like potentially fair options, maybe? I'll do a little poll. We'll do a little poll. Wait, actually, even easier thing than poll. Even easier thing than poll. I have something much easier than poll, which is type 1 if you want to maybe doodle another little thing to print. Type 2 if you want to do lurkbait doodles that are from requests. Those are the options, because I forget that that's a thing I can just do. So we'll see. We'll look at I'll look at quantity of numbers to see. If it seems too even, I might have to make a poll, but we'll take a look at it. Little bunny from your snow outfit for new print is my vote. Oh, that would be very cute, Ruku. You're right. This little guy would probably be very easy to draw too. So I could do that. That'd probably be a quick carve also. What was the second again? Lurk bait. For me doing new little doodles for the lurk bait. That's 2. Number 1 is me carving. Perhaps I will carve a little one of my little bunny, because he's very easy to draw. So we could do that. Seems like 1 is winning. YouTube, what are your thoughts? Long time no chat, had a ton of viewers, so it's hard to work up courage to stay stuff. Well, welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. You're always welcome to chat, but I know it's kind of intimidating. I don't often chat in places where it's very busy. More fish to fish that aren't fish. That's true. There are Twitch plugins, something for voting in chat. I've seen people do something like that before. I mean, we do polls and vote on stream relatively often. But I just didn't feel like it right this second. Have you contributed to the extra credit? Oh, you're right. I personally have not contributed to it yet. And it is due on Wednesday. Does due next Wednesday? I might actually make it due next Thursday. Because I'm gonna be drawing during stream for it, so I might change that deadline. Um, but I think it seems like continuing printmaking has won. So I will relocate these objects for now, and I will go get another block from the kitchen really quick. Me. Move that over. We can leave. This guy doesn't look so nice to just leave him sitting here. Amazing. Please fish at will. There you go. Fish at will. All right. I will be right back. Be good, shroommates, okay? I'm back. I've returned. Hmm. Will there be more advanced printmaking content eventually? This was soothing to watch. Thank you. I'm glad you thought so. I could probably do more complicated carves at some point if you want. That's very easy to do. Um, as far as more complicated goes, I could teach you. Oh, this would be kind of crazy. I could teach you lithography. Um, I could teach kitchen litho, as we call it. If you guys have ever seen that before, um, kitchen lithography is lithography, which is usually a medium where you are working with Bavarian limestone using acids like nitric acid, which is a very evil, eats your bones acid, and printing with several hundred pounds of pressure. But we can condense that into something you can do in your kitchen. So I could teach that someday, maybe. Um, that is just done using aluminum foil, Diet Pepsi, and like an oil-based like China crayon or China marker, I think they're called. People call them a couple different things. So we could try that. That would be one of the ones where I could tell you guys the materials list if we want to do it together in advance also. If you want to learn to do it, it's kind of cool. It's not something that's going to produce like inherently the most professional result, but it's still fun. Less scary lithography version for yeah, less scary and also much safer. So here, let me try and draw my bunny that I have. He's kind of like that's his front where the mouth is, and then he gets kind of big. I gotta leave enough space for his ears. Oh wait, I probably put him too high already. This stuff's kind of funny to erase on. It doesn't erase very well on the easy carve. Ah, move you down. I drew you too high. You know, it might be easier for me to just draw him on paper first, if I'm being smart about this. Let me just draw one here, and then I can transfer him. Malic acid is great in candles. Nitric doesn't eat your bones, that's HF. Nitric is calcium seeking, is it not? HF is also bad for your bones, but nitric is what caused printmakers to develop arthritis. Malic acid's great in candy. Hmm? Oh, squeegees to say them? Thank you, Reality, for the correction. Also, don't worry about it, me breevy. If you don't know, it's okay. I don't get mad about that. Oh, beard? Yeah. Easy Carve is the brand, yes. Um, Makes it nice and sour, kind of appley. Yeah, citric acid is a totally fine acid. Nitric acid is not. So here, now I've drawn a square. So now I can try and make sure I've got enough space for some ears, which are probably gonna be like that. I can like make them even bigger so that they almost touch the edges. And then my little rabbit has three little round things at the tips of the ears. Like this. And then, let's see. There we go. I'm much faster at sketching on paper. Nitric eats the cartilage between the bones. Oh, here I thought I called it that. Nitric makes plastic gloves burst into flames. That's true. It's not good. Nitric is just bad in general. Hands-on lesson. Yeah, I didn't really tell you what I was doing here, but I will say I'm so much faster at sketching if I'm doing it traditionally than digitally. I'm not sure why. Here he is, so we'll do like, wait, eyes are kind of close together. Let me move my eyeballs. So we gotta have like big rosy cheeks. Eyeball. There we go. That's pretty, pretty okay sketch probably of my little rabbit guy. And then I just have to like define a little bit of the fact that like there's like more fluffies in here. It's probably a little bit taller. This eye doesn't make sense in perspective. It's probably because it goes behind this fluff. Drawing on printer paper isn't doing me any favors right now, unfortunately. Hang on, where's that? There's where that eye goes. There we go. I'm gonna go over this in marker so that I can see it better. What a lovely bun. Thank you. And this will be a nice easy carve too because there's not really any tight corners. There we go. Here's our other eye. Nice big blush. Or like there are little corners in there, but they're not too bad. There we go. Here, and then these will get left black probably. Oh, I don't understand Twitch. Thank you for resubscribing. Today's payday. Celebrate with a Prime sub. Thank you. Seems like this is a big payday for everybody, which is nice. I wonder if Joby got paid today too. But thank you. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy continuing to rotate. I'm always on when people use their Prime subs for me. Here we go. And then I feel like I've made his face a little derpy. That's okay. He is a little derpy in his design. There we go. And then I can thicken some of these lines for like weight or something. Get to see the whole process from start to finish here. That's probably pretty decent for my little rabbit. Rotating is good, but this is maybe my new favorite. I'm glad you like the All Might EG edition. It's very silly. Oh, here, I can show you my funny device that isn't scissors also. I have adaptive tools because I have a wrist injury and scissors are really bad for me. So I have this funny thing, it's called a slice. And if you're not trying to cut super accurately, or even if you are, honestly, it's not too inaccurate. You just slide it along paper and it cuts. It's really cool. So all it's doing is like pinching your paper between discs. Let's see if I can do it on camera. That'd be cool. Oops, lots of paper noises. Figure out where you can see. Like this, maybe I guess you can see, but I just go like this. So if you don't need accuracy, it works pretty well. Type of accommodations for art I've been seeking. Yeah, it's very nice. I can line it up and like look at it and line it up and see where it's cutting. Not amazingly well, but like for something like this where I don't have to be super accurate with it, it works very well. It's very nice. Hint of paper cutting noises. Here, I can just cut this up with my slicer for you. Let's see. And see how easily it cuts it? It doesn't really, there's not really a lot of resistance. I just have to hold it close to where I start it, so it'll start. Much more satisfying than scissors, right? See, I can do like a wibbly wobbly one. Wow. Glide cutter. Yeah, it is a glide cutter, I guess, is what you call it. It's called a slice. Is the name. Suggest any other tools for people with goofed up hands or wrists? I have one for you, and it's kind of strange, and I'm not using it for what it should be, and I'm not actually going to tell you what it is. I think you'll guess what it's supposed to be, technically. It's a very funny thing. Where is it on my desk right now? I use it for gripping tools that are too small. So, like, usually for limiting wrist pain when it comes to holding objects, it's usually because the grip size is not quite right. Um, you need something that is a little bit thicker to hold. So people will wrap their like pencils or other objects with like masking tape or things like that to do it, which is nice. Um, I have a funny little silicone thing that I can stick like a marker into if I'm gonna be drawing for a long time. Oh, yeah. So, but that makes it so that there's a nice soft grip for my hand to show you an object on stream that is a very strange object. Um, but it makes it nice and soft. Oh, hello. Oh, welcome in. Have I been rated on YouTube? Welcome in, raiders. Shroommates, rotate for them, please. Welcome in. Ninta? Is that how you say your name? DIY streaming? Yeah. Welcome in. Hi, I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist fun guy. I'm also an art educator. I'm teaching printmaking. We were doing an attempt at ASMR, but my mic appears to not really be sensitive enough for what I was trying to do. But it's okay. We're making do. We're gonna make a funny little print of my little bunny that's on my outfit. We made one of my logo, and it doesn't look super great on the stamp because it went over the edges. And my brayer's missing, but we did. This is what the stamp kind of looks like, just a very rough proof of it. But welcome in. How is your stream? Hope you had a good time. Didn't know you could rate on YouTube. You can. I can't. It doesn't let me. It doesn't allow for it. But what can you do? We make do with what we can. You may be able to hear this though. If I like scribble, you'll be able to hear it. Yeah, I saw your tutorial video before. Oh, I do have tutorial videos. This is my first time doing printmaking, which is actually like my main thing I do. I teach printmaking, but I have never actually done it on stream before, which is kind of crazy. So I'm happy that I'm getting to try it here, which is nice. Thanks to the tips, my tendons and ligaments don't hold my finger bones in place. Oh no, that's not good. Yeah, make it easier on your hands by giving yourself something bigger to hold. That's my like number one tip for it. I say as I'm not doing that right now, just I'm streaming. I don't have all my pencils wrapped. I used to. My X-Acto used to have a really funny holder for it, but yeah, the thing I have is just like a giant pencil gripper, essentially. Very beneficial. I'm glad. I'm glad you enjoyed the tutorial. I hope you had a good stream. What were you up to, Minta? Art and live 2D? Were you doing art mayhaps? Were you doing art or maybe live 2D mayhaps? Also, right now to like explain for people who weren't here earlier, I don't have graphite paper. We're doing this very DIY today. Which I swear it's on purpose. um, this is just showing the DIY way of doing something where we can transfer a drawing to a block without having to draw it on the block, which works kind of nicely. You just coat the back of the paper in the graphite, and then it becomes graphite paper on the back. There we go. It's getting pretty good coverage. I cut VTuber art, not my streaming. Oh, oh, so you weren't streaming doing the VTuber art cutting. What were you streaming or doing then? Maps. Hurts on X-Acto knives. I want to do 3D Pokemon cards, but it hurts my hands too much. Also, hand sweat too much. Yeah, if you have like a grippy thing, just make things bigger. That makes it easier for your hands to hold it, and it's more comfortable. I had a friend in grad school who had an X-Acto knife that probably had like a 4 or 5 inch diameter ball of masking tape around it to make it really big. And she also had a strap on it that held it to her hand so she didn't have to hold it very tight to keep it on her. She essentially just had to guide it. But the other tip, I guess, for if you're trying to do something with an X-Acto knife is making sure it's very sharp so you don't have to use a lot of pressure. Yeah. I'm a rare person who can't draw big without looking wonky. Don't know why. I mean, drawing at different scales takes practice. Like, I will say drawing large relies on you having better, like, more coordination because you have to guide your hand across a larger area. But if you're having trouble drawing large, I would say to try drawing not from your wrist. So, like, when I say drawing from my wrist, if I'm drawing like this, do you see how I'm arcing my wrist? That's A, gonna injure you. B, the maximum arc I can draw is like this. But if I draw from my elbow, I can draw a much bigger arc, and I'm using a part of my body that is more stable and has better control. So I would say that that would probably work quite better. Does it affect precision? Not especially. I've done some very precise X-Acto cutting with very crazy amounts of stuff wrapped around an X-Acto knife. The only thing it really affects is it just gives your hand something larger to grip. Having to grip something so tight like this and small is what causes a lot of the strain and the stress. So I would say that it would suffice to imagine that that's really all the change it's doing. You don't have to hold something too tight. As far as I see people saying that like their hands get too sweaty while working on stuff, I don't quite know a solution for that, unfortunately. I've not had that problem. Um, Hyperhidrosis does run in my family, but I have not really had any particular experiences with it to speak to, unfortunately. So here, we'll do our transfer. And this time we're going to transfer it a little bit differently. We're going to transfer by drawing it through. So I'm just going to draw over top of my lines, which is the other reason that I made them orange, so I can see them. And hopefully this will contact the graphite paper off, or the graphite off the back of the paper. I don't have graphite paper. Got a Schroomburger ad. What? They can't advertise eating me on my own content. That's rude. They can't do that. That's crazy. Imagine the audacity. Stuff on Amazon that can help keep your hands from sweating. Oh, okay. Interesting. And like what capacity? Is it like a specific material you can hold that would help with it? Oop, did this go over the edge? No, it goes right to the edge. There we go. So I'm just filling these things in. Probably not the most interesting thing, but there we go. Don't you eat mushrooms? Yeah. uh, shh, shh. It's for the bit. It's for the bit. For the bit, it's okay. Have you known any artists with Raynaud's? Me. Me. Also, hyperhidrosis. Can't say weird enough. Antiperspirant deodorant on hands and soles of feet helps a lot. Yeah, that's a thing that runs in my family. I have low blood pressure, and it makes my hands numb and fall asleep in purple. I don't know if you guys have noticed. My hands are not very warm tinted all the time. um, I have not tried that no though. Deodorant working for hyperhidrosis might be a good thing to try. That's one of the ones that runs in my family, but I do not have. So here, let's see. Draw our nice little rabbit arcs. I'm not being super accurate with this because some of printmaking and relief printmaking for me is just letting go, just letting the thing become what it should be, whatever it needs to be. If I loosen up while I'm drawing this, my print will be maybe a little bit looser. It won't be as tight. There we go, let's see. I'm almost done. And if this was something bigger, I probably would have taped it down to my little block here. Whoops, I am not like fully on camera either. There we go. But because this is something so small, I can just hold the paper still. I also didn't feel like ripping tape on while the mic sounds like this. I feel like that would be a horrible noise to hear. Let's see. Eyeball. And a little circle. Let's see, did that transfer? Yeah, so this is what you normally want a transfer to look like. Doesn't that be perfect when it can have the charm of being stylized? Yeah! So like, theoretically, if I wanted this to be really stylized and to really feel like a relief carving, I could draw it, like I could make it be like real sharp and jagged in places if I wanted to. Let me get a different Sharpie. This red, well actually, maybe it'll draw okay. It seemed like it was dying a little bit when I was using it before. And the transfer doesn't have to be perfect. I just need it to be enough that I can see it. There we go. Little ear thingamabobs. How to get a steering wheel cover because I need a death grip otherwise. Oh no! Don't have a death grip. I mean, that's something I struggle with too while driving. The road is scary. So that's understandable. I can't fault you for that. That'd be perfect, yeah. Um, Hello, friend. So I wear compression gloves and that helps a lot with numbness, cold, and hands. Yeah, I wear very tight slippers because my feet get really cold as a result, also, which does help. I don't like wearing compression gloves on my hands because they do start to bother me after so long. But I saw recently somebody on Twitter had posted like a hand warming like heater thing you can put over your keyboard that's supposed to help keep your like warm your hands up if you're working at a desk for a long time. And they said they liked it, that it was pretty good. So I'm kind of interested by it. Oh wait, I forgot. My rabbit has like two little central things like this so that it feels like a little like rabbit mouth. That might be why he feels kind of weird. There we go. We're freestyling now. I think like that works better. So now he's got a little mouth, see? Or compression socks for planners. Vasculitis and they hurt so bad instead of helping. Oh no! See, I have been recommended to wear like compression socks before, but it makes my legs fall asleep sometimes. So I don't always like wearing them. Oh, you know what? I don't think the other eye would actually be visible. That's why it looks weird. I think I've drawn this guy from the side far enough that I think we just don't see the other eye is what's happening. So I will just ignore that eye and not cut it out. What character are you drawing? I am drawing the funny little bunny rabbit that is on my chest. So here, I can zoom in on it so we can see if I go. You see my little bunny rabbits that I have on my outfit? Their funny little ears. I'm drawing one of those guys. I don't know if it's referencing anything particular, but it is very similar to like Japanese depictions of like the snow type rabbits. VOC? Yeah! It's a part of my model. Cute? Thank you! I appreciate it. I'm glad you think so. So here, this is like the front one, and then this one. This is not a very clean drawing we're having here, but that's okay. It will have a touch of humanity. I say, I'm not a human. I don't know if you knew that. Your cute babies can eat, not like the babies in won't mention that manga here. What? EG's making fan art for themselves. Fellas, I think I have drawn EG more than anyone else has. You know, I feel like some roommates could give me a run for my money. I feel like Zany's drawn me a lot, which I very much appreciate. I've got some very nice thumbnail art that Zany drew. Um, but I have drawn so many EGs over the years. Um, I say years because technically first draft of EG was end of 2023. There we go. Most of what I make is technically fan art for myself. Even my outfit, I guess, would technically qualify as fan art for myself, right? Love the new outfit. Thank you. I appreciate it. I designed it myself. I want to go skiing. So that's what this is. This is me living vicariously and wanting to ski. So there we go. I'm done. Done transferring. Not the cleanest, but it doesn't need to be. And then this one will probably be really easy to carve because it's just such big open spaces and just wide arcs pretty much. And when things come into like little tight corners like that, it's actually not too hard. When you're an artist VTuber, you're your own OC. I feel like every single VTuber is just their own OC to some degree. Although I guess if you get yourself fully designed by someone else, it's not. I don't know. If it's is it fan art if it's made by the IP holder? Oh, that is a good question. I guess it's not fan art. It is just canon art. I guess it is just art. It's official EG art when I make it, I guess. But I would say that a lot of the art other people make I consider as like canon art to some degree. Like some of the onion EGs, they're so funny. Like I consider that to be canon art for me. Extras, yeah. Love the shader and the goggles. Thank you. It's on my face too, but it isn't as like bold. Puffball mushroom bun, kind of. The fluffies are kind of puffball mushroom inspired, but not fully. They were just I wanted something to juxtapose the super sharp angles of chevron with something round and fluffy and snow-like. Let's see. This will start to look a lot cleaner once I carve it out too, because I've got all this smudging. There we go. Oh, oh, now I'm invincible. Love yourself, make fan out of yourself. That's fair. Is it canon or am I just spawning too many AUs of my character? Yeah, like this is kind of like AU EG. Like I don't think EG that is the teacher is that much of a skier. Like to fit the lifestyle of the way I'm dressed right now, I don't think I am somebody who does. But that might just be my associations with skiing. Whoops, I keep moving this somewhere where you can't see it as well. um, so it is kind of an AU that I'm skiing. Or like I know a lot of VTubers will have like a version of them that is like a younger version. Like Usan has one. I think Sarui has one. I'm trying to think of others. Which are like kind of fun, so they can have like an opportunity to embrace their high school fashion, which I think is fun. I don't think I would do that because I think people already sometimes get the wrong idea about me from my model because I'm short and I have kind of chibi proportions, but and I'm also a teacher. I don't need to look younger. Whoop. There we go. Carving that corner wasn't super great. But as you can see, circles aren't terrible. These ones being attached to each other makes them a little harder. So the freckles that I have on that one drawing might be a little difficult, but not too bad. They're easier than this is, at least. Just chibi work right now? It does, as you can see. Speaka did in fact test it. I can be fully and totally chibiified. Ooh. My favorite thing that I hear is people talking about the Bible uh, and saying something is not canon to the Bible or not, because that is the origin of that term. But like I'll have students who will talk about how like certain books are like not canon or things like that. Once again, Appalachia, and I think it's so funny because I'm like, nope, you have just used the word for exactly what its intended purpose was for describing the canon. That is how it was. Fluffy Bunny looks cute. Thank you. It's my little guy. Ink on the finger spotted. It's me. I'm Squeiji. What do you expect? Messy stage artistic process. Yeah, we tried to DIY a little stamp. It didn't work. The stamp pad, it didn't work as intended, but like we at least got something as a result. I guess this is better to have sitting here than my messy looking block. This is about Dante's Inferno. Yeah, it is about Dante's Inferno. OC ages with me. See, that's true. That makes sense. Mine ages with me too. Like, I know that there's like this interesting sentiment in VTubing where it's like, well, technically everyone is like an unknowable age in VTubing to some degree. And a lot of models don't really reflect how old someone is. But like, as I continue to be a VTuber, I have a feeling that my tastes will change in what I want to depict myself as. And therefore, the way that I depict myself will probably change with age. So like I age? Maybe. I love me like a good wrinkle for maturity, so don't worry, I will not look young forever if I'm still VTubing when I'm like getting my like fine lines and crow's feet and all that. Because I think that that's something that's charming that we have in real life. And I think I would miss it on like a VTuber model to represent myself. But I don't know. We'll see. I haven't really seen VTubers have done a lot of versions themselves where it's like this is a younger version of me. When are we gonna get like an older VTuber? Like when are we gonna get Matara making a model where she looks like she's like 70? Like I feel like I want to pitch that concept. I feel like that'd be funny. Pretty good. Wear your age with pride? Yeah. I think so. Do you know any VTubers that look older like grandma? There have to be, right? I feel like there has to be some. I think there was a VTuber who was like his brand was like a grandfather, I believe, but I don't quite remember. There have to be though, I feel like. In the same vein that like people are like, "Oh, VTubing often appeals to like audiences that are looking for somebody who is like attractive, I guess." But like at the same time, you could say that about like people who watch female streamers in general. I mean, to some degree, unfortunately, they're there because often they find the streamer attractive. But like I feel like we've all seen the grandma who played Skyrim, right? Like I thought that was so like quaint. And then also sharing something that we love also with an older generation is very nice. Um So like I feel like it could be something that could also be embraced in a model, in a VTuber model that could be fun. But then again, if you're somebody who is older and maybe embracing it, maybe you wouldn't have as much reason to want a VTuber model. I don't know. Like a fairy tale grandma? Yeah. I don't know. Oh, Montes looks kind of old. Sorry, I don't know how to spell it. I mean, he looks professorly. He does look a little older because he has white hair, but I'll say he is he's not that old, but he is older than I would say a lot of VTubers are. Um, but his model even doesn't look that old for the fact that he has white hair, but he's not wrinkly. He just has white hair. At least I don't think he is. Is he? I can't remember. I've like looked at his ref sheet quite a bit. Was thinking of him too. I see. I don't really think of Azamantas as being that old though. Um, cool if VTubers did that. Yeah, so he's being an older fairy godmother VTuber stat. Yeah, I feel like that would be very charming. Also, this bunny is not gonna have an eye on the other side. I've decided. I think the perspective didn't work, which is why I didn't like how it looked. I don't know if you guys have noticed this. I'm like more than halfway. I would say I'm probably a little more than halfway done carving my release cut on this one. It's much easier than this is. There's not really tight angles. And then carving into these little points in here is not too bad, thankfully. There we go. Help. Oh. Not you in here catching strays. Oh, Montes, your design, you don't have wrinkles on your design, do you? I don't think you do. Because I don't think of you as looking that old, despite the fact that your hair's white. You look professorly. I don't think I do. Yeah, I didn't think so. You didn't come to my mind. If we were talking about VTubers who could have models that are for like, like grandma or grandpa type thing. Because like I don't put you in that category, but it seems like some might. I found a really scary looking grandma VTuber model. What do you mean scary? Like embracing like the horror end of VTubing? Or sorry you're catching strays though. Uncanny? Oh, interesting. I see, I see. Bleh bleh. How about just being older and not being a grandmother, grumbles and hag? Yeah, it can also be older. I'm just saying I want more variety in the age of VTuber designs. Like I feel like 90% of us are designed to be kind of ageless or younger. Um, where I want more variety, which could be extended to the fact that like I want more variety in body type. I want more variety in everything actually. um Going back to my own stream, Linda, are you live right now? Are you snooping on me while you're live? That's wild. Wrinkles good at the age of my life where people without wrinkles look weird? No, that's fair, that's true. Oh, I was making tea? Okay, I was like, what are you doing right now? Are you snooping on me? Enjoy your lurk, enjoy your stream also. You goofball. I think because I haven't seen many VTubers over the age of 35. I mean, I think they do exist, but very few. Well, there's a lot of YouTubers over 35. You'd be surprised. Getting to be faceless on the internet does appeal greatly to women over the age of 30, I would say. But the reason for why it appeals to them, I think, relates to why we're not seeing models that have wrinkles. It's because they are using VTubing to look the way they want to, and we kind of demonize smile lines and any and all wrinkles in our culture. My little sister is 23. My little sister's 23, and my little sister already gets Botox, which is crazy. She and my aunt invite me to. They have Botox parties because when you go in groups, you get money off for doing it. Like you can do it more affordably. And I'm like, girly, no, I don't want Botox. I like being expressive. Like I like having my eyebrows, and it doesn't like it's not something that bugs me. If I'm going to have wrinkles in my forehead, that's fine. I don't care. Like I would love to age gracefully, and I would love to like I don't I'm not going to be worried. If my hair goes white, my hair goes white. If I get wrinkles, I get wrinkles. Like I'm very realistic about it. If I gain weight when I get older, that's what happens. That's what happens to a lot of people in my family. Gain weight as they get older. That's fine. We We gotta accept and love our bodies at all of our ages, not just perpetuating the fact that, oh, youth, ruining her skin doing it at that age. Oh, I bet she is. I so fully bet she is. Um, but she's so paranoid. Because we have a very strong tendency to get really strong wrinkle lines in our forehead, like the I'm pointing. I don't have hands right now. The scowl lines in your forehead. Um, we get them very extremely in my family because we are scowlers. Let me tell you. But she's anxious about it. I don't mind if I'm gonna get scowl lines. That's fine. I don't care. I like using my eyebrows. Um, yeah, nothing wrong with it. Botox at any age makes you look worse. It does. She's like not emotive in her face. It's kind of uncanny to me. And she swears it doesn't impact her ability to like use her eyebrows. It completely does. It so fully does. Oh, I said the grandma VTuber wiki and the stream suggestions. Wait, is there a page on the VTuber wiki for grandma or grandpa streamers? Is that like a category it has? I want to see that. I want to see it. Yay! I would love to see more of them. Oh, Ninja, enjoy your sleeping. Thank you for raiding in. I appreciate you stopping by. I'm sorry I didn't catch that super quickly. There's a lot. Sayu, Monarch, I think Iron Mouse is too. Yeah, I think there's a lot of VTubers that are not super, super young. Just this one specific one. Oh, I see. The youth have gone from ruining skin with tanning to ruining with cosmetic procedures. Dios mío. Yeah, honestly, if you want to take care of your skin and if you're somebody who's conscious about wrinkles and you don't want them, the biggest thing you can usually do is wear sunscreen. Like, believe it or not, that's what causes the sun is what causes the most damage to our skin. It's what makes your skin age some of the most. So just wear sunscreen. Come on. Put that into your skincare step, wear it under your makeup, and then don't worry about it. Like, you're gonna age yourself by stressing about it that much. And wash your pillowcase. Yes, wash your pillowcase. That'll keep your skin clear also. You won't be as acne prone. Um, if your pillowcase is clean. There we go. Carve that out. Dragon Nun, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Ideas, idea if there's any correlation between successful net personalities and age. I don't know. Because here's my thing. I think if you are older, because you can bring that wisdom to whatever it is you're doing, I feel like you would do better at having an online personality. However, we are in a society, not to quote the Joker and say we live in a society, but we live in a society where youth and beauty is sort of prioritized, especially in content creators and online personalities. So, like, I feel like unfortunately those things end up kind of counter to each other. Maybe? We're talking like content theory now. And like I feel like VTubing provides an opportunity where, you know, because so much of the internet cares a little too much, and just at large, we're a little shallow. We care a little too much about looks. Um, I would say that all of that experience gets its proper opportunity to shine in VTubing, but it makes me sad that that's the way things are a little bit, right? Sun is emitting large amounts of nuclear radiation. You should avoid it. Do go outside. Do touch grass. But do wear sunscreen, please. Also, yeah. I think it's harder for younger individuals in general because they don't know themselves quite yet. That's true. If you don't know yourself well enough, that does make it harder to know how you want to present yourself on the internet. Because you don't have the experience of observing others doing it for quite as long, maybe either. Age doesn't equal wisdom. Foolish AF oldsters, very mindful whippersnappers. No, I do agree with that too. I'm not saying it's equating to wisdom, but I'm saying it equates to having spent more time with the internet. It's kind of like how we have to retrain Gen Z to not put all of their personal information online. um, I think is related to the statement I'm saying. We're like, there's probably a happy middle zone there where people are old enough and mature enough to, know what thoughts to keep to themselves, or maybe also, prioritize their own safety and things like that online. Um, in a way that would be beneficial in any kind of content creation. But then, yeah, at the same time, unfortunately, people get concerned, not to get into minor politics again. My friends always worry. They're like, why are so many old people so conservative? Unfortunately, it's because a lot of people who aren't conservative historically didn't live as long because they didn't have access to uh, healthcare, or they died in the AIDS epidemic or something of that sort. I don't think people inherently become all that much more conservative with age. I think there's just an unfortunate sample bias coming from who survives. Um, but I do think in that way that, yeah, there are older people definitely who don't have a good head on their shoulders about interacting online. I've met some rather unpleasant older people um, from time to time, unfortunately. Boy, when I lived in the frozen tundra of the North, the only people who gave me a hard time, I don't dress especially feminine. I am kind of androgynous, so people at the like drugstore would get funny with me, and no one talks smack like 60 plus white men. No one gets in your business and has a problem with it like 60-plus-year-old white men. I will tell you that. So, like, do I think those kinds of fellas should be online and making content and doing well for it? No. Would they? Probably? Maybe. I don't know. But it is interesting to consider. Yeah, survivorship bias. Um, I know, was worried about it. We were at 13. Worried about what? Mental elasticity of skin impacted by youth. Be honest, being in my 30s, I prefer to watch streamers and YouTubers that are a similar age, level of experience, maturity that I expect from the content I consume. I agree with that very much so. Um, I also agree with that, where I constantly get jump scared in VTubing by just how young some of the people that I end up interacting with are sometimes. Which, like, this isn't, I have nothing against younger people. I make content for all ages on purpose. But the number of VTubers that I meet, or like who will offer me, hey, EG, can we collaborate for this thing? Or could we do like XYZ thing or something? And I find out that they're like 18 or something. I'm like, we could, but you're like the age of my students. So, like, trying to see somebody who is aged of my students in a like manner where we are almost like coworkers is a little strange. I don't know. I don't know how to put that in a way. I like young people. Don't get me wrong, but it's one of those things where I'm always surprised by how young this field is sometimes. Oh, no, don't worry about it. I don't mean anything unkind by that. I don't mind it. I accept and love that I have people of all ages involved in my community, but it is one of those things where, for at least me, like collabing and doing stuff like that personally, I tend to look for people who are closer to my age. There's a lot of drama in VTubing, and I feel like the best way of circumventing that to some degree is associating with people who are similarly aged. I feel like the drama is something a lot of us age out of. And we can look at from the other side and say, oh, when I was 17, I might have bit into this whole event or had something to say about it. But now I'm like, I'll let that one be. Drama is for llamas. That is fair. Don't worry. um, when I was watch the interset, I feel like proud auntie watching them be successful and come into their own. Yeah, no, I do feel that way. I feel more so that way. Um, where like I'm proud of them for like doing their thing and getting to do it at the age they are. Where I know in art specifically, there's a lot of people who get kind of worried when they see younger artists doing better than them. But I'm not one of those people. It makes me very excited to see people who are 14 who are better artists than me. I don't get jealous. Because the reason why they're able to do that is because A, probably a little bit of privilege, but B, there's just so much wealth of knowledge available to them now that wasn't available when I was learning to draw as a kid. And I'm not at an age where I can just hang out and learn to draw in my spare time. I have homework and work and all kinds of things to do. So I don't have that luxury anymore. But I'm excited for all of those people who that get to learn and practice and develop on those skills at such a young age. just because there's so much more access to all of that than there used to be, right? Grumbles and grumpy old woman at 15. You're silly. You're silly. Meanwhile, trying and suffering as I'm drawing a Live 2D VTuber model probably won't be good. I'm going for functional. Hey, finish is better than perfect. That's what we said yesterday. My model that you currently see, Squiiji, is missing 3 different toggles right now because I decided finished was better than perfect for this. You just gotta do it sometimes. And the best way of learning sometimes is by making those mistakes. Don't worry about it. Oh, what is this? We have an idea of professionalism, I think, and in this niche in particular has a lot of unprofessional people attempting professionalism with varying degrees of success. No, I do think you're right there to some degree. Out of curiosity, have you had any of your students recognize you from VTubing? No. As far as I'm aware, no. Um, I think it's because I sound so different. Like right now that I'm talking like this, it might increase my chances. But when I teach in class, I'm not like this usually. I'm usually much firmer. Um, and I'd say I'm very much more playful and silly than I am when I teach. So I think there's enough difference between my voice and my tone that I think I'm pretty safe from that actually. Really, I'd recognize both voices. I mean, here's the thing. The way that I sound in recordings isn't very as one to one with the way I sound out loud either. Like I don't have filters on that are intentionally changing it. But you'd be surprised. Um I found out recently, so this is like a weird tangent, that so this is like a retrospect thing. I actually have a colleague now who uh we found out happenstance that I taught at a school while they were attending it. Um, because of some of the stories I've told on stream, they found out. And it turns out I actually taught them at some point, and they were none the wiser. Yeah, context can mess with your ability to recognize things because I think that the way I present myself when I teach is so different from the way I present myself here. um, so I think I'm generally pretty safe from people recognizing me IRL for it. Um, and then based on the way that I dress, I don't think you guys would associate it with what I look like in VTuber form. um, Tries and cries and hair. See, we can have a solidarity moment about that. That is the hardest part of 2D and 3D, which is why I have a mushroom cap. Not entirely, but part of it. This is much easier to model than hair. um, Alright, time to hit the hay. Or as in Shumi dialect, snark me time. Bye! Thank you for hanging out, Nilo. Enjoy your evening. Enjoy your snark memes, yes, as we do say. I thought understanding what snark meme meant was a little bit more universal than I think it is. And it turns out it's not. Turns out understanding snark meme is maybe a generational thing. I've said it around fungi family before, and they're like, "What? Snark me? Wait, if when I'm sleepy, I'm Squeegee. Am I Squeegee GG? Snork Squeegee GG? Don't laugh at that. That's actually terrible. I'm gonna laugh at it. You shouldn't. What? Yeah, I think that's a proper reaction. Squeege me, squeegee me. Snork squeegee g. EPG? Oh, EPG. That's pretty good, I would say. I would say EPG is pretty good. I can handle only so many dotted letters next to each other. Yeah, that's a lot. Are there terms you picked up from stream that you bring forth to fungi family? And they're like, huh? Not really. I don't think I have a lot of like language I've learned from streaming. um, Although I can now say kappa to them. Jubby and I think, explained to them what pog meant. But that's probably the clearest example of one. Doesn't really happen much. Like that's a W or something. No, because I don't use that kind of wording. I don't talk like that. You'd be surprised. Still don't know what pog means. I think pog just means something's good. Like you say something is poggers to say it's very good, maybe? I don't actually know what it means either fully. We just told them it was internet slang, essentially. Also, save me from doing a group project, be de facto leader and doing all the work. Oh no. I've been there, Manzana, I know how that goes. I'm a bit of a leader type personality. Keep wondering if the term pog came from the game Pog. Okay, shroommates, raise your hands if you know what the game Pog is. Do you know what pogs are? Shroommates, raise your hand if you know what that means. As in Gen Z, I don't understand Gen Z things. There you go. It did? It did? Did it really, Rory? Did it? I'm seeing people saying no. Verika knows what it is, of course. Oh, Oxand, okay. I see. um, uh... Speaking of evening, need to hide from my clock starts to scream. Oh no, Baroque, why are you still awake? Get your sleep, Baroque. Thank you for hanging out, but please get your snorky memes in. Have fun, we'll do our best. We'll try to thrive. There you go, you got it. Like things you put your drink on. Kind of. They're from a game. They were funny little like collectible, almost little circles. Yeah, me can only because of the internet. We didn't know how to play with them, but we had them when I was a kid. We just liked collecting them because they had pretty little patterns and designs and colors on them. Coasters? No, I don't think they're coasters. Were they meant to be coasters? I don't think they were. It's a misunderstanding. They were a thing you collected. Where did you get them from? Wait, it came from Pogface, which is an expression a streamer did while playing Pog on stream, at least if told right. Oh, there you go. Yeah, they're a lot smaller than coasters, so I didn't think they were used that way. They were like this big, I think. Oh, this doesn't actually do scale. But, like, my hands are very small. That actually doesn't help for scale. Depending on locality, might know what Pog means, y'all. Could be. Pog's a game started as milk bottle caps. Was that what they were? They were milk bottle caps? I didn't remember that. What milk brand was that sold them? Because, like, we didn't get them that way. We got them at, like, yard sales and stuff. um, like, kids would go to college and their parents would sell their Pogs, and then my sister and I would bike down and scoop it up. What Oz said. Oh, okay. Interesting. Interesting. Pog juice turned into cardboard Pogs, turned into Pog Champ. Wait, back when milk came in glass bottles? Okay, wait, we're getting conflicting things now. Is it juice or milk? Because I see people saying Pog juice. What is Pog juice? Pogception? No. Peach orange guava. Peach orange guava flavored milk? What? Shroomates, have any of you tried Pilk? This is not related. This is just a question I have in general. um, Game you played on the ground, try to flip the caps. Yeah, I kind of remembered that. EG Bunny is supposed to have one eye. It has one eye because the other one's eclipsed. The other one you can't see because it's too far around the side. Because if we turn, I turn my body to the side so you can see. If you rotate the bunnies because of 3D space, you can only see one eyeball. It's covering it with the other little mouth thing because of where it's located. It's on the outside of the sphere, which is why the thought of Pilk weirded me out until I realized it's not much different from a float. See, Joby doesn't like it being explained that way. So Pilk, for those of you who are unfamiliar, is Pepsi milk. It's mixing Pepsi and milk together. And people compare it to like root beer floats. But Joby does not like that comparison because it's essentially two things that are different. It's not ice cream, right? It's milk, which ice cream contains some milk or cream, but it's not the same. And that's also much colder. And then also, like, yeah, it is soda, but it's not root beer. And I don't know about you, but I haven't ever had a Pepsi float for my milk or for my ice cream, so I don't know if I would like that, especially. You know what I mean? Wouldn't it curdle the milk? Would it? I don't think it would. I feel like the ratio would be important then to try and avoid curdling milk or something. I have Dr. Pepper floats sometimes. Pog juice was papaya orange guava blend, not milk. Oh, I wonder if they expanded to being in milk things then too. I don't know. I see you guys not being into it. Had every kind of float. Oh no. Here's the thing. I would try Pepsi milk because it is combining things I like. Acid does curdle milk, cola does have phosphoric. No, I know, but like that's like saying does creamer curdle in coffee? Because coffee's quite acidic. But Doesn't. Not really, at least. Um, I think it has to do with ratios. I think if it's a small enough amount of it, maybe it will curdle, but it won't be enough that you can like taste it or see it in texture. Sometimes it does. Yeah, I think if you put too much creamer in it might, but not really to an extreme degree. Pepsi. Oh no. Lighthearted from the South, the soda wars commence. Oh no. I don't really mind one way or the other for the soda war. I don't really drink dark soda. Actually, I don't really drink soda in general. Coffee isn't that acidic? Oh, okay. Guess not. Well, we can try. We can do some testing ourselves and see what amount of Pepsi makes milk curdle. um, had every kind of float. I saw somebody say they don't like root beer. That's crazy. That's one of the only sodas I do like. I'll drink Sprite. I'll drink Orange Crush, and I will drink root beer or like birch beer is good. And I like ginger ale. I like root things. Oh, it's Manzana. Root beer tastes nasty. You're just wrong. I'm sorry to have to let you know. It's just wrong. That's not true. Root beer's too sweet. There's ones that aren't as sweet. I agree. Some of the like name brand ones are maybe a little too sweet. Um, but I have a local grocery store that sells like a small brand one that's pretty good. That also sends like birch or sells birch beer, which is another favorite. I like birch beer better, if possible. Have you ever had birch beer? Root beer's delicious. Hell yeah. LP or ginger beer for me. Maybe lemon lime bitters. There's tasty. Oh, you guys are so divided about the root beer. Allergic to birch? What? I didn't know that was a thing you could be allergic to. Although I guess technically you could be allergic to just about anything, right? I didn't realize you could be allergic to birch. Although Joby's allergic to pine trees, so that should make sense. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, it's a tree. Yeah. Dang, that sucks. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry you can't have birch beer. Can you have like other things that are in that like family? I wonder. Medicinal type soda, so it tastes gross to me. What do you mean medicinal type soda? I don't know if I would call, at least in the modern day, any kind of soda, especially medicinal, not even ginger ale. Because unless we're talking about ginger ales that are like really spicy, they just have so much sugar in them. I don't know if it would serve much of a medicinal purpose. Root beer, ginger beer, Dr. Pepper, and orange cream soda are superior pop flavors. I do like a cream soda from time to time, but like overwhelmingly, I don't really like soda that much. If I could have a sweet treat beverage, I would much prefer it be like an aloe water, an aloe drink. I like coconut water. I'll drink an icy from time to time. Uh, but I'm not especially into most sodas. Like I'll boba, I like. That's because I like that with boba I can control my sugar amount. I can ask for like reduced sugar if I know a place puts more in than I like. There we go. Funny. Remember my mom got the flu and the nurse told her to drink Sprite. I mean, I think it has to do with hydration and carbonation. I feel like sometimes helps. Like when I had upset stomach, the carbonation I feel like helps. But I don't know if there's much more to it than that. Like ginger is supposed to soothe your stomach, but I fear that the amount of actual ginger in most ginger ales is so small that it wouldn't do anything. But I don't know. Granted, aspirin and cola does work as a stomach pain relief. Huh. Interesting. Electrolytes might also be. I don't know how much sodium is in Sprite, or other electrolytes are in it, though. I don't really quite know about the ingredients list of Sprite and other sodas, but it could be. My mom prides herself on getting us kids to like water. One of my mom's catchphrases growing up is "You're probably dehydrated," which, in her defense, I was also usually probably dehydrated. She was right. Um, but I don't like water. I much prefer a flavored beverage. Don't worry. I have a nice cup of water right here. I drink it. Don't worry. I'll take a sip right now. But if given the opportunity, I would much prefer a beverage's flavor. Oh, there you go. Thank you. There we go. I think I've got this rabbit mostly carved out as far as the center goes. And I don't have to carve any of the center part very deep. That's what tea's for. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I love my leaf water. Tea, because I drink herbal tea, is plenty hydrating, and there's no caffeine. So then it's not making me have to use the bathroom a million times and then therefore dehydrating me again. It works out quite well. Ginger ale is the only thing I could drink or any amount when I had the stomach bug this Christmas. Even water was hard. I mean, that's true. I associate ginger ale with feeling better, despite my claims that it's not medicinal. But I think I just have a social, like, uh, psychological thing for it where I just associate it with feeling better. I don't know if it's actually doing anything. It might just be placebo. Tea belongs in the Boston Harbor. You belong in the Boston Harbor. That's false. I like tea and I will not have you besmirch its good name. There is a tea for everyone, I promise you. If you are somebody that doesn't like tea or claims you don't like tea, give me a day. I can find you a tea you like. I promise. I pinky promise you there is a tea you like out there somewhere. And I can find it. I promise. What's your favorite tea? I like peach green tea a lot if I'm gonna drink a caffeinated tea. Um, I used to be very into peach herbal tea, which was quite good. But recently, I have vanilla rooibos tea, which is my favorite right now. Um, I like a nice rooibos tea, and it's not like it's like tea that has vanilla extract in it. It's vanilla, like bean and rooibos. It's quite good. Um, I only like chai and Thai. That's fair. I think that's how Joby feels about tea. Which, granted, those are both good. I like chai. Chai's good. Um, I like my chai spicy, if at all possible. Um, Sounds good. I always drink tea. Yeah, I like chai. I used to drink a lot of it when I was in college. But I haven't drank a ton of it recently. It's hard to get good black tea where I am, and I can't have a lot of caffeine. I'm very caffeine sensitive, unfortunately. Um, can't have oak or elm related tree stuff. Can have maple and walnut. Weird my body specific hate for trees. It is odd, but like Joby's allergic to fruit skin and only the skin. So like your body can hate anything it wants, it seems like. Some teas I've had I love that aren't leaf based are cinnamon, pomegranate, cranberry, mango, strawberry. Yeah, they're good. Yeah. Back before I had a mango allergy, I had a good mango tea. Speaking of allergies, I can't have mangoes. Fruit skin, yeah. If we peel fruit, Joby has no reaction. But if we leave the peel on like apples, Joby's mouth gets all really itchy and tongue swelly and stuff. Not good. uh, Also, a few times I made my own honey lemon ginger tea. Ooh. I have a controversial tea opinion. There is one tea that I really especially do not like. And I feel like it's one that people kind of commonly like. Uh, so, and don't worry, it's not gonna be like probably one of the huge ones, but I I really do not like chamomile. I think chamomile is actually very gross. And everyone's like, oh, it'll help you. Your stomach's upset. It settles your stomach. Oh, drink this sleepy time tea. You know what sleepy time tea usually contains? Some chamomile. I don't like it. I don't know what the deal with the flavor of it is. I don't like it. Yeah, it's mild. It's just meh. It tends to be a little bit bitter, which might be like a skill issue when it comes to brewing it. But also, that's one of those things. People say they don't like tea. Hey, mates, did you know that teas are supposed to be heated? Your water should be a certain temperature for different kinds of tea. And if you don't heat them to that temperature, or if you steep them for too long, you'll get a tea that's much more bitter or doesn't taste as intended. Please tell me you all knew this. Please. No? Reality. You should look and see what temperature you're supposed to have your water at for your tea. Because I had a friend who hated herbal tea. I was like, why do you hate herbal tea? And it's because a lot of herbal teas you shouldn't heat as high, because it makes the leaves break down. You get the bitterness out of it. And she hated herbal tea, and I was like, girlie, I don't think you're doing this right. So I made her some, and she was like, wow, that's really good. And then she tried to make it herself, and she's like, EG, why is the tea good when you make it, but never when I make it? And that's where I figured that one out. If it's not scalding, then it's not good to me. I mean, all of the temperatures are pretty hot. Don't get me wrong. Like, they're all high enough temperatures that if you put it in your mouth, it's going to be very hot. But not all of them need to be like an absurdly rolling boil of heat. How would one even know how hot water is, either boiling or not? Water thermometer. Also, my electric kettle, you can set a temperature on. Electric kettles, which are the, what I would say, optimal way to make tea. So, like, my electric kettle has, I think, 6 presets for temperature, and then you can manually set the temperature if you want. So I can tell my kettle to heat until it senses that the water temperature is that high. Technology, yeah. But like historically, like when I was a kid, we had just like kettle on the stove, and you would stick like one of those metal thermometers, like, you know, the ones that have the disc on top with the long prong on the bottom. You'd stick that in the kettle and wait for that to get to temperature. That's how you do it. um, Not had real chamomile tea, I think. Do they make fake chamomile tea? What do you mean? Real, like artificially flavored chamomile tea? That would be weird. Why make fake herbs? That's like say like why would they make artificially flavored chamomile? That'd be like this is artificially flavored oregano. I don't know how that would work. But if you kept your tea making secrets from said friend and instead charged them for you to make good tea, no, that is like antithetical to me as a person, unfortunately. Well, not unfortunately, I think fortunately. Um, I'm the kind of person that friends would associate with being the one who always had candy in their backpack that I could share if somebody was having a bad day. I'd always have gum on me. I don't chew gum. I'm just prepared. I like having things for people. um, Let me see. I missed a couple of things here. I should treat chamomile like an herbal or a floral or white tea. I have. I've brewed it at the correct temperature, and it didn't quite work still. I just didn't like it very much. Can make people angry, just microwave water when I need hot water. That's what my parents do. Nowadays, they don't use the electric kettle anymore, and I don't know why they don't. Tea kettles seem overly pretentious, one device just for an overly specific task. Let me tell you, Indirium, that my electric kettle actually sees way more action than just brewing tea. Let me tell you. Um, my electric kettle I use for brewing tea. I also use my electric kettle just for heating water to like a specific temperature or boiling water because it's more efficient than a pot on a stove. So what I will do is I will turn the burner on with a pot if I'm making pasta, and I will boil the amount of water that I need in my electric kettle, and then I will pour it into the pot, and then it's already at a boil, and I can cook my pasta in it. It's very convenient. Oh, hi, Moo. Welcome in. My electric kettle has saved my life. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, I am very attached to my electric kettle. Um, I think it is very useful for me. I do that too. Yeah, I use it to boil water for whatever I need. And I have been known, I will use it from time to time for things that aren't water, which is not advised, but like we had a fall party here. And we put my apple cider in it, and it worked very well for that. We just took the strainer out. And I've also just brewed the tea directly in it before too. I don't know, it's convenient. Electric kettle slander brought me out of my lurk. Understandable, understandable. How is it more efficient? The power plant is only like 35% efficient versus a stove around 50. It's faster. I don't know what to tell you. I can put a pot of water on my stove at full heat with like good surface contact of like the bottom of the pot. I feel like there just has to be, yeah, much worse loss of heat on the stove. Like we're wasting the energy. I feel like that has to be what it is. You're right. Speaker. Wild opinion, water hot chocolate is gross. No, I'm with you. That's not wild. I prefer milk hot chocolate. But no, my electric kettle is easily in my top favorite ones. Use a wider pot? Okay, but I want the water level to be higher height. So that way I'm not using as much to cook. Especially if I'm cooking something that needs like broth or something mixed in with it. I don't know. I can validate having it. If you don't want a hot water heater or anything like that, or an electric kettle or a kettle, then don't have it. But like I feel like it's just an appliance. Right? All appliances are only useful if you're somebody who uses them. Like an immersion blender to some people might seem frivolous. But it's me. I'm Eiji. I have a wrist injury. The immersion blender's fantastic. I can't lift a regular blender. He's too heavy. But if I can leave my little uh bowl on the counter, I say little, usually heavy of object, and stick my immersion blender down in and pulverize to make like carrot soup or something, you better bet I'm gonna do that. So like things seem frivolous to some people, but they're just convenient sometimes. But if you don't need them, you don't need them. You don't have to have them. What is an immersion blender? Don't even have a regular blender. You strike me as a minimalist from having said that. An immersion blender is a device where it's like a chamber that has a motor, and then it has this thing that extends off the end of it that has a little cup that protects some little blades that spin around inside of it. So you, instead of pouring whatever your substances are into a regular blender, you immerse this device into your bowl. Yeah, called a stick blender in some places, mayhaps. Um, so that is what I use because it's just easier for me because I have a wrist injury. Best thing for blending mashed potatoes, I agree. I fully agree with you. Um, or like it makes really good hummus too. Um, yeah, they're good, they're good. Talking about appliances. Um, but like that's one of those things where like people will find out that I have it and they're like, that's so frivolous. Like that's expensive. Why do you have that? And I'll tell you, number one, they're not expensive. Not anymore. But number two, it just makes my life easier to live. I'm a busy shroom. If I can have my water boiled in my electric kettle in 3 minutes as opposed to on my stove in like 5, or like maybe closer to like 8, you better bet I'm picking the immersion blender. And yeah, it is space saving for small kitchens. My kitchen is very small. I do also, I will say, I do have a stand mixer also. It was my great grandmom's. I have a very nice KitchenAid, but it's so big it just lives in a chair in my kitchen. We can't actually fit it in any of our counters or any of our cabinets. We don't use it a whole ton. The only thing we use it for is for like making dough. But I love that thing. It's so nice. That also takes effort off of my poor little weak wrists. This is crazy. I'm gonna finish carving 2 things. But can you see how much easier of a carve this is than the first one I did by the fact that this took me, what, an hour maybe to do and change? And this is also just a much better carving. Maybe because also because I'm warmed up, but immersion blenders are good for cake decorating. Really? How so? How do you use a immersion blender for cake decorating? Like for icing somehow? I like don't know how that would work for cakes, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Used to accidentally ferment my morning tea in high schoolish. Whoa, don't do that. Don't ferment your tea. I don't know. Can tea ferment? Oh, it must be able to because of kombucha, but I feel like you need extra. You need to add some of that bacteria in there to make it ferment, which makes me concerned about your thing. Yes, it can. Sorry, I've never accidentally fermented tea, so I wouldn't know. Yeah, about an hour. EG logo took hour and a half. Yeah, this is a much easier shape, which is why I'm also more locked in now. Stick the blender in the cake. It's nice, even colors and frosting. Yeah, let me just stick it into the cake and just make. I guess if you're making cake balls, you could use an immersion blender to shred a cake, right? Oh, for mixing frosting colors, that makes sense. Didn't spell right. Fermented. You're good. You're good. Fill a mug with enough hot chocolate powder for 2 standard servings of hot chocolate and add creamer on top of it. Whoa, that's a lot. But I will say, Jubby feels very strongly that the amount of hot chocolate like mix provided to you in say like a Swiss Miss packet is the amount for like 2/3 of a cup of hot chocolate. Jubby feels very strongly that the proper amount of chocolate powder for a hot chocolate beverage is you should have a packet and a half in your hot chockey. I just have one because it's too sweet for me otherwise, too much sugar. But somebody said earlier that they don't like water hot chocolate. I don't either. I prefer milk hot chocolate. It's just much creamier. Fermentation's how the different colors of tea get their flavors right. Leaves ferment as they dry. Yeah, but once it's brewed, do they continue? I wonder. I don't know. Used to do the same as Jubby? Yeah. Water hot chocolate. Hoshi, are you not familiar with this? That's technically how Swiss Miss is supposed to be made. I believe Swiss Miss contains powdered milk. So you're supposed to not have to need, that's like a selling point. You're not supposed to need real milk for it. But I would still advise using real milk for it. I am a top probably consumer of uh, hot chocolate product in the United States, I would guess. We buy the bulk, like 500 packet boxes. Yeah, but I will always make it with milk. If you use milk, you get more milk per milk. That's true. And I say use milk, I am lactose intolerant. I use almond milk instead. Can't drink milk, so I just got used to water hot chocolate. That's fair. I just use my almond milk for it. And surprisingly, the amount of powdered milk that's in the hot chocolate packets isn't enough to make me feel sick. Making me thirsty. I'm gonna make hot chocolate now. Oh no. You better bet one of the first things I'm gonna do once I finish stream is go make myself hot chocolate. Cause like I have water, but like I've been good. I drank water all day. I haven't had any like special beverage today. Although maybe I'll ask Jubby since it's a Friday if they want to go get like boba or like um go get like an icy or something afterwards. Kind of chilly, could use a hot chalk. That's fair. I'm usually I would call someone crazy for doing what I just did and suggesting getting an icy in February or January. But like I've been kind of sold into that lifestyle now a little bit. I can understand the allure of it. It's just a good texture in a beverage for me. Don't forget the marshmallows and whipped cream. I don't actually put any of that stuff in my hot chocolate. Yes or no to marshmallows and hot chocolate? Usually no. I feel like they just melt. And then there's just more sugar in them. Like I don't like things that are that super super sugary. So the marshmallows just make it a little too sugary for me, I feel like. You know what I mean? Cuz they just melt. I like peppermint. That's true. Here's one thing I'll say. When I went to school um in the frozen tundra of the north, I was in Sheets territory. Do we know what Sheets is? Are you guys well versed in gas stations and gas station food? Um, for I know I've got a lot of European fellows. I don't know if you guys are familiar with our ways of having gas station food, and it's not like gas station food the way that 7-Eleven is gas station food. It's like actually good food that you can trust to eat and like made to order. Often, um, there's two of them that I think are kind of the main ones. Um, there's two that are kind of the main ones. They're like East Coast only. I think. I don't think there's a comparison on the West Coast. There is Wawa, which recently is much more widely available. That used to be something where if you could get to go to a Wawa, it's like coveted. They were only in like a very specific place, but they've like expanded a ton now, so you can get them in like a lot of the East Coast. And then there's also Sheets, which most people treat as Wawa's worst cousin. Gas station with a kitchen, not gas station with a freezer and a microwave. Yes, gas station with a kitchen. Gas station with uh, fryers, as is in the case of Sheets, and with like stoves and grills and stuff in the case of Wawa. Yeah, Wawa's a staple from visiting my grandmom in Maryland. Yeah, I think they're a Pennsylvania thing. Don't quote me on that, but I believe that's the case. I live right now. I live pretty much in the backyard of one. I can walk to a Wawa right now if I wanted to. Um, but I will say the reason I was saying this is because Wawa, I don't especially like any of the drinks at Wawa. They're all too sweet for me. They kind of bug me. Not gonna lie. However, Sheets has a peppermint hot chocolate that is really good. So like Billy and I would go get peppermint hot chocolates all the time. Back when I lived in the same neighborhood as Billy. My name is Blessing. I bless this art now. I must continue my journey in blessing more art. Well, thank you, Blessing Art. I appreciate it. My little bunny appreciates your blessing. May you always be blessed as well. How do you feel about Dippin' Dots? I've never had Dippin' Dots. I've never tried any of those like funny like nitrogen ice creams. They seem interesting. I feel like I might like them. And I think are they dairy free? I feel like one of those kinds of things is dairy free, but I don't remember. Whoops, you're good. um, I I think I don't think I've had them. They seem like they'd be crunchy, so I might like them. They're kind of fun. They seem kind of weird in texture, maybe, but I wouldn't mind trying them sometime. Where do you buy Dippin' Dots though? Like, they're a thing I associate with, like, seeing at the zoo. I don't think I've ever seen them, like, sold in a store because they require such, like, I feel like they require a crazy, like, colder atmosphere to be stored in because they're nitrogen ice cream, right? They're made with liquid nitrogen, I believe. Not crunchy if I remember. They melt quick too. Yeah, because they're frozen with liquid nitrogen, so I think that's what gives them their texture. Don't quote me. They sell them at 7-Eleven here. Really? Okay, so yeah, they sell them. Maybe they sell them at gas stations. Had them at movies recently. Oh, intriguing. Have their own website and they're in some gas stations. Okay, I might have to source some sometime. Yeah, usually at the zoo. The rainbow ice flavor is dairy free. Oh, okay. There you go. I thought I'd heard that somewhere. Um, I will say, dairy free ice cream, very hit or miss. I honestly don't like most of them. I feel like dairy free ice cream is usually kind of gross. Back with hot chocolate. Yay! I want hot chocolate. I can't wait till I get to have some hot chocolate. Love the rainbow flavor. What flavor is it? Because rainbow's not a flavor. Rainbow's just a color. Is it like simulacra? Blah, 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 simulacra? Like blue raspberry is? What flavor is raspberry? Is it just fruity? Like, I feel like that's always a question I have. Um, I feel myself accidentally slipping back into my louder VTuber persona. I'm sorry. it's, it's hard. It's hard trying to be myself when I'm usually a different version of myself here. Not to say that EG's not usually myself. I am still just me, but a mushroom. But I'm so conditioned to talk that way um, that it's a lot harder for me to talk quieter, calmer, and all those things when I'm on live here like this. One of the biggest public transit stations, they have a Dippin' Dots vending machine. Always confuses me. Oh, vending machine? How do you vend them? Odd. What the heck? Favors anything cookie dough. My favorite ice cream flavor, I think I've polled you guys on whether you like or not. And do you guys remember my opinion? It's one of my favorites. What do you think about mint chocolate chip? I have strong feelings. I like mint chocolate chip quite a bit. Ooh. Oh, it's past 6 o'clock. I didn't even notice. Dairy free ice cream is alright, just specific types. I'd coconut ice cream instead of milk. That sounds good. Ben and Jerry's has a really good, I think it's almond milk based couple of flavors. They've got like a cookie base for some of their dairy free ones that I think is really good, but I don't like all their flavors of it. They're not all good, unfortunately. A lot of X free food that tries to be something where a key ingredient's dairy fails. Yeah, Italian ice and ice pops are better. Like shaved ice or like water ice I like. They're good alternatives. I appreciate them. Pistachio ice cream. Oh, pistachio ice cream's good also. Um I had to explain to somebody recently that like Italian flavors of things when we're talking about like cold things we want to eat, you're usually going to get a very lightly lemon flavored thing. Um but my parents would quite often as a kid have something pistachio flavored around that was a sweet, and other kids thought that was really strange. I had an ube ice cream with coconut milk would be delicious. Oh, that sounds so good. I would love to have that. I love it. Give me any like yam type thing and I love it. Ube flavored boba is really good. So is taro flavored. I love me a nice purple root vegetable because I think they're both purple root vegetables. I don't remember. Jokingly said people who compare mint chocolate to toothpaste don't brush their teeth. Ah, but I'm with you on that. I believe so. I love mint chocolate. And I think people who think that mint chocolate ice cream tastes like toothpaste just have not had enough exposure to mint chocolate chip ice cream. Ritas? Yeah, I like Ritas. I live somewhere where we have those. They're good. Good summer thing. Boba drinks yummy. Yeah, maybe I will pester Jubby to go get boba. Taro Oreo slushies from bubble tea shops are good. Ah, that does also sound good. Ooh, big EG stretch. Ugh. There we go. Oh, I got a little stiff there. I was looking down at a funny angle. I don't usually stretch my neck when I do my stretches on stream, but I got to right now. Looking at my funny little object down there. But look, rabbit. He is carved. Wait, shroomates. Wait. Because, like, I do have to go. It is, like, past 6. But I have a question before I go. I have a question. What is the name of my rabbit? Bunny. What do we name my rabbit? He's very prominently featured on my chest here, on my little zipper. If I like meet. Look at him. Rabby G. That sounds like I have rabies. No. Fred, Toki. Fufu, I think, is too common of a rabbit name, perhaps. Bunny G. Toki G. What is Toki? Is Toki a word for rabbit? Cloudy, Snowy G Jr. Flurry, Ribbit. What? Cloudberry. Okay, I see Cloud. Or like Cloudy. Frosty. Oh, Toki is Korean for rabbit. I didn't know that. I know. What is it? Usagi? Usagi is Japanese for rabbit? Rabbit EG for Halloween. Oh my god, I could be one of the rabbids. That would be kind of strange. Pearl. I see, I have Pearl. Snow Baby. Frosty G. This isn't EG though. It can't have an EG suffix. I'm EG. This isn't EG. Usagi G. Hey, that's pretty good. That's, maybe another name for what I am right now. um, hmm. Portobello. You guys are funny. Cloudy, I think, makes sense. Um, could be Squeegee, but as in squeegee. I can't give him the same name as me. That'd be confusing. Puff Bun, Harry, Inquisitor Floof. That's kind of funny. Inquisitor Floof. Porta Bunny. No, that sounds like Porta Potty. Junior. Is there a mushroom that shape? Like, there's puffball mushrooms, which are kind of round. Snowball. He is just a snowball, kind of, to some degree. Cauliflower. I don't know. Usaiji? You guys kind of like Usaiji, but it's not me. It can't be me. It cannot be me. um, Inquisitor Inquisitor Floof sounds kind of funny. I like giving very professional names to things that sound like they shouldn't be. Hence, my man, Captain Gerald Gloop. Hence him. I feel like Inquisitor Floof is good. He works for the Inquisition. You know what's funny? Shog, who is a friend, is debuting with Irium, which is very exciting, which is very cool. She's merging personalities for it. And her her community name is Inquisition, and I was like, see, I know about Inquisitions. We also have that here. No one expects the Inquisition, and this is Inquisition Floof. I think that's a cute name for him. No point from Usagi, which is rabbit in Japanese. Yeah, Senior Chief Inquisitor. I'll prove their papers. They'll make a great addition. See, well, and Cinda, are you referencing additioning in printmaking? Was that a several level layered joke there? Is that what that was? That's pretty good, if it is. Additioning in printmaking, which we didn't talk about. If I were to like say, okay, these 3 prints I made here of my mushroom are all similar enough, and I'd want to sell them as a set and let people know that there's not any more that exists like this. We can addition them by writing details in the bottom of them and saying, okay, the title of the piece. This is just my logo, so I'd call it logo. That's my title. How many exist? So this is the first one that exists out of 3, and then I'm EG. And then I would put that on all of these. So then I would go in here and write logo. This is 2 out of 3, and I am EG. I should write my name more clearly in the first one. I don't sign things as EG very often, so I don't know how to do a good signature for it. And this is 3 out of 3. There we go. So now these are additioned. So Incinda may have been making an additioning joke, which is what this is. It's spelled Edition. And now we know that there could only possibly be 3 of these that exist and look just like this. So if you go out in the wild and you buy something like this, you know it has value because you know it's in a very limited run. And you know there's not going to be more of them made. Haha, that's our final printmaking teaching moment here for the day, maybe. I think we got the full government name now. What do you mean? Oh, for my little bunny? Puff Bun like Puffball? Puff Bun would also work. Chief Inspector Le Pom Pom. You guys are silly. Inquisitor Floof Harrington Puff Bun. Oh my god, you're gonna give him like a 4-word name. Like, Gerald Gloop. Cotton Candy Floss has it. You know, that's not bad. Inquisitor Floof Harrington Puff Bun. That's very good. I like a nice, like, crazy long name. Extra credit, make EG a signature. I have one. I think I have one. See if I remember how to write it. I have a Squeegee signature, which I believe I wrote. How did I do it? I made it so that I crossed across all of them. I wrote a signature at some point where I think I made it like and had something, but it was clearer than that. I drew it on my laptop at some point. I had an EG signature, but it didn't look like that. Very British. Uh-oh, the British are coming. I have a signature. I can find it and post it somewhere for you guys at some point. But thank you guys for joining me for some printmaking today. I hope I've maybe inspired some of you to want to give it a try. It's not it's not too bad. It's not too hard. It's very doable. In 4 hours, look, I made 2 little things myself. um, and they're very cute and questionably functional, maybe. Oh, Cat Dave, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Welcome back. Dang, we almost hit double the sub goal today. That's crazy. Thank you all. But thank you, Cat Dave. Enjoy your sub. And I appreciate when people use their Prime sub too. You only get one of those. Thank you. Puffbun is definitely the species name, a melding of puffball bunny and puffball mushroom. Yay! That seems good. That works for me. I wish we could print the bunny. Don't worry. Maybe I will schedule us another printmaking stream where we can start by printing them because I'm sad. This did not print nicely at all because I don't have the right materials for it. Um so once I do have all the right materials, maybe it'll print nicer and we can print both of them together maybe. So I'll buy a brayer because that's the only thing I don't have is a brayer. And then we can print both of them. We can look at them and say, "Yippee! Yay! Printmaking!" Just passing by, unfortunately, midnight my time zone. Good stream. Thank you. We're wrapping up too. It's almost 6:30. Oh wait, hang on. I gotta make the catches stop. Let me. We'll let the last couple catches go. How do I stop it? There we go. Pause queue. Oh wait, nope. That doesn't let it fish. Is what that does. How do I stop it from accepting more people fishing? I don't remember how to do it. Uh-oh. Better turn off the fish? Yeah, how do I? Because I think this just makes it stop doing it, right? Does it? I don't know. Won't fish anymore? You're good. There's only 2 people in queue anyway. Remove the redeem. I guess that's fair. I could do that also. I think this works. We'll let it do that, as it will. Yeah, queue is paused, so I think that makes it stop. So this is the final one. That should be good. Bye, Squeiji. Learned a lot from your stream, even if I've never heard. Yay, I'm glad. I will probably try and edit down a more coherent version of this, and see if there's any way I can salvage audio just to see. But we'll find out. Oh, we're in an ad right now too, which is not inherently helpful. Let's see. So then that's it. There's no one left in the queue. Yay! Fishing commenced. Bye, fishing. Yep. Close. Thank you guys for fishing. We gonna raid? Yep, we're gonna raid. I'm waiting for the ad break to be over because I can't raid if I'm in an ad break. Because it did start without my permission. Um, but in the meantime, for that, we can say "shroom you later" to the YouTube fellas. Oh, wait, hang on. We'll do a little housekeeping here, real quick at the end. Housekeeping! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Extra credit to draw a funny little exquisite corpse thing. We're going to be assembling some funny little monster creature parts on stream next Friday, a week from today. If you want to doodle a little thing, we can combine them and make some fun creatures. And we're posting them in the Discord so we can find them. I'm going to post about it on Monday on Twitter so other people can participate too. But I wanted to give the members of the Shroom State a funny little head start. And then next week also is Borf Day. I will not be live on day of Borf because that is Wednesday, but on Thursday we'll be celebrating. So we'll be doing a little bit of drawing to start and just like chatting to talk about birthday-y things maybe. And then I'm gonna play Little Company with Jubby, We've corralled Jubby for a birthday stream. Happy birthday next week. Thank you. Should we share more than one? Should have asked before. Yeah, you can share as many as you want. You are welcome to share as many as you like. Happy early. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hold off on your your wishes until Wednesday. But I appreciate it. um, we'll celebrate it on Thursday. Don't worry. Um, and then Monday, we'll finally be back to a VTuber design critique. I feel like we've missed every other VTuber design critique for a couple weeks now, so I'll be happy to be back to it finally next week. So we'll be here, same place, same time, Monday, VTuber design critiques. But for now, shroom you later. Thank you guys for hanging out, learning about printmaking. I appreciate it. I'll see you later, though. Bye, YouTube! And then for Twitch fellas,